Hey, Seth.
Hi, I was just texting Ada to ask what I'm supposed to do. How do I do this?
You going on the Zoom?
So I'm on Zoom and then I have to go on my phone on Instagram.
No, we're not doing that.
Oh, let me turn it off. I was trying to get on. I couldn't figure out how to do it. I see.
We scrapped that poor plan, unfortunately.
Why would happen?
It just became too difficult for people.
Oh, okay. All right. Does this work? I tried to put a light on.
Handsome as ever.
Thank you, sir. Is that better? Maybe.
Perfect.
Hi, Seth. This is
Hi,
Vivian. Vivian at Chuva Center. How are you? Thank you so much for joining us.
of course. I'm just trying to figure all this out.
Yeah. So I'm Chuva Center's Chief Development Officer, otherwise known as a jack of all trades.
Good to meet you. I can't say that about myself. I see Jeremy. What's up?
What's up, Seth? How you doing, man?
I'm good.
All right. It's 4 o'clock. Hello, everyone. I think we need to highlight Seth too. No? Or not yet? All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this very special Giving Tuesday. Nice to see so many faces. I know we're broadcasting to YouTube, we're broadcasting to Facebook, we're broadcasting all over. So really welcome everybody to this really amazing day where once we've spent all our money on gifts and Cyber Monday and Black Friday, we can sort of like use the money that we perhaps still have left to give for a really good cause. For those people who don't know us, we're the Chuva Center. Chuva Center is an intentional recovery spiritual community based out of New York that is dedicated to helping people really find meaning in life, really find meaning in life, really find our ability to not just recover, but to sustain our recovery. And for those who this is recovery from substance or process recovery, for those people who are just seeking to have a better life, for those people who are seeking to find more meaning in their life. You don't have to be an addict to be in recovery, but definitely if we do struggle with addictions ourselves, our family, our loved ones, there is a way out. There's a way that we can sort of live and become better and change and sustain our life of meaning and really have all the things that we can promise to ourselves that we want and deserve as human beings, as sovereign human beings. So Chuva Center is dedicated to do this, and we'll spend the next few hours highlighting how we do this, the tools that we have, the people around us, the support. We believe that sort of here, everybody is welcome. We really believe in why fit in when you can belong, and that the opposite of addiction is in fact connection, as Johan Hari said it really best. So we'll say multiple times throughout, this is a fundraiser. We are seeking to support. Every dollar that people give goes directly to services sort of that we provide for people, where it is programming or people who are sole job is to find the best ways to talk to people and help support them, their families, and everybody around. And we'll talk more about it as this goes along. So join us for the ride. Join us for the whole 4 hours. Join us for 5 minutes. Join us for a little bit. And then write a check, send a PayPal, tell us you're going to give us money. Again, every dollar counts. So no gift is too small. No gift is too big either, by the way, just so you know. Here we are. For those of people who already have donated, thank you so much. For those of you who have yet to do so, you are most welcome to. And yeah, we'll monitor the chat here, right? We'll monitor the chat. So if you have questions or comments, please feel free to put it in the chat. We will update people on how we're doing. And we are already doing really well throughout this campaign. So well done, everyone. So like, you know, we are just past our 51% mark of donation, which is pretty amazing. So thanks everybody who's watching and donating and giving. Our first guest for this telethon, woohoo, my friend, my very handsome friend, in fact, Seth Menachem, right? Seth, for those people who don't know, Seth is a psychotherapist in Los Angeles, California. He trained at an inpatient rehabilitation facility, working with clients with substance abuse and gambling issues. He later worked as an inpatient with dual diagnosis facility, seeing substance abuse addicted clients with very psychological and personality disorders. He now has his own private practice in Los Angeles. And he is, right, a very intelligent and successful and really wise psychologist, but more than
I would have
anything.
rather you set the bar lower.
Right, but I would say, but more
Set
than
it so
anything,
high.
my honor, the honor is that he is my friend. So, hi, Seth.
Hi.
How are you?
All right. Good to be here.
Good to see you. Good to see you. So, so part of what we're talking today, for those people who are watching and throughout, right, is what we call kind of the psychology of change, right? And I guess sort of right to start with, which sort of right, I think I know the answer to this question, but for those people who perhaps think that like, oh, nothing would change. Change is possible, is it not?
Absolutely. I would not be a therapist if I didn't believe the change was possible. There'd be no point in this career. I think we are not only capable of change, we are always changing, not necessarily always for the positive, but we are always changing. And it is quite possible to change for the better by being very proactive about it. And so, change is scary and change is difficult, and we all get fixed, in terms of how we do things. And we are all primed to do things a certain way because they probably function for us at a certain time in our lives. And often when we need to change, we see that the way it did function for us is no longer functioning well, that we've created a certain way of being, often because it was helpful in our childhood, and we continue this way of being at times when it is now maladaptive and we can learn to grow.
So we use this word a lot, which is very interesting, right? But like sort of when we say maladaptive, like what do we mean by maladaptive? What does that mean?
Well, meaning that the behavior you're sort of doing is not giving you the results that you want. So you've adapted behavior that's causing negative consequences. And what I was trying to sort of tee up was the idea that at some point it was helpful, right? That we learned certain ways to be in the world because it helped us survive. So we come from homes where there was abuse, or there was alcoholism, or there was a narcissistic parent, and we learned to behave a certain way in order to, let's say, acquiesce to that narcissistic parent. And if we continue to be that way outside of the home, we start to have interpersonal conflicts with people. And it gets very difficult because it becomes so fixed, and we think, well, this is who I am. Nothing I can do about it. Right.
So that's the fascinating part. Like, where do we find out that sort of like saying like, oh, that's just who I am, or that's just how I'm built, or I don't know any better, or I was built around. Like, how do we find out? Like, actually, no, right? Because I think what so many people like might even feel defensive. Like, no, that like you want to change me. Like, what do you mean? Like,
Sure. Well, one of the steps is even understanding that our behavior isn't working. We're not necessarily always even that cognizant of the idea that the way we are behaving in the world is affecting other people negatively, and that we're not the victims and everyone else is terrible, right? Everyone around me is awful. So,
Right.
So you have to sort of, you have to become aware of how you behave in the world and why you're getting, a certain reaction. That's a piece of it, right? And sometimes people come to therapy and we do the work and they start to understand themselves. And they understand, let's say, they keep dating the same kind of person, right? Why? And at first they might think like, oh, it's me, and I always attract these terrible people, and I have bad luck. And then they start to understand like, oh, I'm attracted to this kind of person. And then they get stuck, which is, well, now what? Nothing I can do with that, right? So a piece of it is understanding it, but then you have to go further, which is now, how do we practice this new way of being?
That sounds very difficult.
No, it's easy. What do you mean? For you, it's hard? Yes, Iggy, it is very difficult. It is very difficult to not only confront the way we behave, to be able to look at ourselves honestly, see what's not working, and then make changes. And so, in individual therapy, we have the time in the room to start to work with the therapist and see how your relationship builds with the therapist. And some of that will play out in the room, and we can experiment with them trying it outside of the room to see how that works and bring it back to the room. And then in group therapy, which is what I also do, we get to in real life have this room full of people who end up modeling what it looks like in the outside world. So their behavioral, maladaptive, let's say, behaviors are presented in the room, and we get to use this group of people to bounce off of them. And so we get some real world way of being able to play with it.
I feel a lot of people are afraid of therapy. They're afraid to really face themselves, right? So like, because I think sometimes, and I felt that during parts of my life, I was like, it's good enough, right? And that's not perfect, but it's good enough. Why am I right? I'm going to spend this time and money and trying to figure this out. But it's working fine, right? It's a little bit like, right, my grandmother was like, you have to hold the switch and a fork in your hand, and then the light comes on. Like, it's fine, leave it be, right? I know how to do it.
That's right. Jiggle the lock this way to turns off, or you have to.
That's right.
I had a car where the windshield wipers didn't work. I remember I first lived in LA, and I would have to adjust it a certain way. It would get stuck up, but if you do this, it would go down.
Right. And you're
absolutely.
Like, now I know it works. It's fine. Leave it alone, right?
That's right.
I think with change, right, and definitely sort of like with therapy, sort of like that fear of like, what if I start digging? What if I start looking under this hood? What if I change and it's work? Like, right,
Well, it's difficult front,
yeah.
which is, you're asking someone to really lay bare all of their biggest fears.
Right.
So it doesn't feel good.
Right.
We like to do things that feel good, right? When you talk about change works as we start to do things, they feel good. We get that positive reinforcement. We want to repeat it. Now I'm asking someone to come to therapy, open themselves up to me, and walk out feeling worse than they did when they came in.
Right.
And there is a period of therapy that is just that. You're right. It's going to be crappy sometimes.
So what do we say to ourselves, right? Because I often talk about how like doing the right thing is often the thing that makes you feel bad. It doesn't always make you, right? It's only in this sort of Hollywood myth. It's sort of like, oh, right, I'm going to apologize. And then I feel like the truth will set you free. Not like so many times, right? Like you said, laying bare or doing the work, like I feel not so good about myself. And then I have to sort of be in that. And especially for people in recovery, or especially, people who are dealing with addiction, are like, you asking me to feel like crap.
I'm asking you to feel uncomfortable.
Right. And then, but I could take a drink and feel much better for the next couple hours, right? All of a sudden the evening will be amazing.
And then what you have to look at is what's helpful in the short term and what's helpful in the long term. So your example with addiction, right? Yeah, you could take a drink. You have a feeling that comes up, and you can, shoot heroin, you can take a drink, you can use whatever your drug of choice is. And maybe for that sort of period of time, it goes away. But it doesn't, help you function in the world better. It doesn't make the feelings go away. It really constantly asks you to use this only coping skill you have, which is the substance abuse, right, or the sex or the food or whatever it is that you're using, instead of having to be able to sit with discomfort. So yes, I'm asking anyone who comes into my office to be able to sit with discomfort and learn how to do it.
Right.
And it may not feel good at first, but ultimately it does. So you're right. It doesn't feel good to lay yourself bare in the beginning, but eventually you come out the other side and realize that you have the ability to be able to sit with discomfort. And that paradox goes for anything that's difficult. When we deal with grieving, we want to avoid grief because it's uncomfortable. And the paradox is that we have to go right towards the grief in order to move through it.
Right. So he's part of this sort of psychology of change, right? Part of change, right? What I'm hearing is sort of like, how do we convey to ourselves, to our loved ones, to our clients, right, that they in fact have the skills within themselves to go through the difficult parts, rather than, right, so that it will feel better at some point. And by then, like, oh, you've done it.
That's right. And change isn't fast.
Right.
there's this expectation, you talked about Hollywood movies, that you go to therapy and you have this breakthrough moment and thank you, and you hug the therapist or whatever your, sort of fantasy is, and everything is wonderful.
Right.
And that's how change happens. And often people don't realize that changes happen so slowly that 2 years down the road, they've shifted in such significant ways they didn't realize.
Right.
It's the frog in the, pot of slowly boiling water.
That's right. Oh, it's getting warm in here.
That's right. But they don't realize how much they've done, because these small things add up to very big things. And ultimately, that's what change is. For the most part, these very small acts, these things that seem so minute, end up being so great. And in my own life, I can remember the small changes I made that seem so silly when I think about them, but that added up to something really big. I remember being 18, standing on the lawn of college. My father had just died. I was angry. There's a group of kids there. I had a chip on my shoulder. I was dressed in some terrible Miami outfit that I probably thought was cool. And I thought, I hate being this way. I hate having a chip on my shoulder. I hate that I'm so intimidated to just walk over to someone. I'm going to walk over and I'm going to say hello to a group of strangers. And I did. And I made a friend that I would have never made. And it shifted the way I started to do things. These little things started to add up to very big things. My wife laughs that I was like an introvert when she met me, and that going to a party, I used to tell her, was like the worst thing in the world. I would hide behind her. Like, I can't do this. I don't understand how you just walk into a room full of strangers. And it's crazy that, 20 years later, or however long I'm with her, 20, 21 years, that it's entirely different. No,
you're the opposite. I would never think that. I would never say you're an introvert.
But I defined myself that way because I was using my defenses and fears to define who I was. When ultimately, what I really wanted, to circle back to what you said, the opposite of addiction is connection.
Right.
And I'm not someone who suffers, with addiction, but I do understand that I need connection very much in my life in order to function at my best.
Right. I think it's true, right? That sort of, right, that we have to go against the grain of the Western world, which is sort of when people say to you, don't sweat the small stuff. And I say, no, small things make big things happen.
Yeah.
Right. It's the other way around.
There's something interesting I've been asking people to do in my office. So I don't only work with addiction anymore. Right. I have a group practice, and I have therapists under me, and we work with all kinds of clients, and I like having a diverse practice, but I definitely keep a portion of my practice for clients in addiction. And of course, addiction touches everyone, right? I used to run a process group that would nothing to do with addiction, and half of the group members were suffering in one way or another with some sort of addiction. So I was talking about habits, and I had a client who was talking about drinking and giving up drinking. And part of the drinking that he loved was simply the habitual aspect of it. The putting the ice cube into the glass, pouring the whiskey, hearing the, crackle of the, ice cube as the whiskey hit it, shaking it around and sipping it. And so I had him create a new habit, which was tea. For no reason other than it would be interesting to go to a tea place. And I sent him to a tea place, and I sent him to this tea shop to go pick out teas and go speak to them and pick out the ones you want and buy a little screen and a pot of boiling water. And he made it this thing that he did every morning. And it became a new habit, right? At first it was weird. He would do it. And suddenly he realized he was looking forward to making the tea. It just became a new habit. It became a thing to do. And that habit really, eventually replaced drinking alcohol.
Interesting. So I think that's a very important point, right? Because especially with people with habitual elements of their addiction, right? And again, it doesn't have to be, right? It doesn't have to be just the big ones. It doesn't have to be just drugs and alcohol thing, right? But definitely in terms of like sex and food and gambling, but also just like shopping or right, misery, right? That once you create the space, once you've taken something out, you have to fill it with some other, what I call a spiritual component, right? I'd have to fill it out with some other ritual, right? We like these rituals. We're looking forward to them, right? There's something comforting about getting back to sort of like, right, the tea in the morning or the whatever it is,
I sit for so long, right, every day. And I wasn't able to exercise the way I was, to hike Runyon, whatever it was I used to do, hike Fryman by my house. And I tried getting up earlier than I already was getting up. And eventually I was like, this isn't going to work.
Those, by the way, those are very famous trails in LA for those who don't speak Hollywood.
Oh, sorry. Yes. So I would hike these trails in LA, and I realized it wasn't going to sustain itself. I wasn't sleeping enough between kids and my life. And so I had to figure something else out. And I decided the thing I was going to do was I had opened this office that wasn't too far from my house. It was a mile or so, and I was not going to drive anymore. Like, there's no reason. Let me start walking. And at first you feel like you're trudging along and it's irritating. And now I look forward to it. Nothing better I like to do than give myself an extra half hour to walk to and from work. Also, it's the way I exercise now, right? Like, I make sure that at least I'm getting in a few miles a day without even a thought. And it used to be I would go on, I would listen to a book on tape, which sometimes I still do. But also I've taken my phone and I put it into my pocket and I do nothing. I feel like a kid again when I used to ride my bike or walk around the neighborhood when I had no other options because I'm old.
Why we didn't have phones?
Yeah, exactly. And so I love it. I look forward to it. It's amazing for me. It's settling. It's calming. I get to exercise. I get to see the world in a new way. I created a new habit.
Right. How do you think that sort of habits or new habits? Or I guess let me ask this: how long before a new habit becomes like a really sort of like sustained habit? Is it like a week? Is it like a month? Is it like a year? Like how long?
There is research on it, and I forget what the research is, if it's 2 weeks or 3 weeks when eventually it kicks in, but it's much less time than you imagine.
Right.
And obviously, depending on the individual.
Right.
But for me, very quickly, the thing became normal. And we have a million examples of it, right? There was a time we had to wear masks and we mask up and it became normal. Then there was a time we were told we didn't have to wear masks. And at first it felt really weird for me. And then I'd forget about it. In like 2 days, I'm running in and out of place with masks. Then we had to put masks back on. And all of a sudden I've adjusted, right? And you realize how quickly in a few days, I keep adjusting to these new mandates and whatever's going on, or there's pandemics and strains. And we've adjusted our lives very quickly, that we find ways. We are very, capable at being able to shift, and we're resilient, and anything that's thrown our way, we're generally able to, move with the flow. I can't find the word that I want to find.
Right. Is adjustment because I say this to my kids all the time, like, is adjustment the key of an easier life? Because I always find this sort of like, right, that when we adjust, when we are open to adjustment, we find ourselves in much happier places.
Yeah, well, in my head, for some reason, right, I had this sort of water analogy while I was trying to find my way, but I think also because it was reminding me of something very Taoist, right, that go with the flow that Lao Tzu wrote. And so the idea that, water running over the rock eventually, right, the walk, right. So I think being able to be somewhat pragmatic in life and to adjust as things come, and to be able to, move when necessary, and to be able to deal with adversity is a really important skill.
Right.
Dealing with adversity and learning how to cope are huge skills. And sometimes, as you worked in a rehab that I worked in as well for a period of time, for a few years, and you have these varied clients from varied backgrounds. And some of the clients come from really privileged backgrounds, and you think, why does someone from such a privileged background end up here? And from jail at times, right? A third of the clients were coming out of jail or prison. And ultimately, it didn't matter the background they came from. They did not have the coping skills to be able to deal with certain things, because they weren't given those either, right? The protective parent who wanted to make sure that everything was taken care of for them ultimately left kids who were scared and unable to deal with adversity.
Right.
They didn't know how to make decisions because decisions were made for them.
Right.
And it was just as punishing as someone who came from an abusive background where they were, not given certain things that they needed in life to be able to function. That both of them landed in the same place.
Yeah. So, we have a few more minutes. In that sense, sort of our ability to stop, like, by weaving stuff of what we said before about our awareness, right? That we perhaps want to change, our ability to sort of to say, maybe this is not helping me. Maybe I am a little bit more maladjusted, right? And then sort of like saying like, oh, am I rigid about these things, or can I change? Can I adapt? Can I be more flexible, right? Can I see myself in a different way? and can I gain those tools, right? From like coming from a like these are things that we can most definitely sort of like learn, right? Tools that we can learn around these changes.
Absolutely. And we can find what works for us. Not
Right.
not everything works for everyone the same way.
Right.
You know, my goal as a therapist isn't to make everyone the same way. It's to
Right.
find what works for you. Where are you conflicted? Where are you struggling? Let's help you understand yourself, and let's find a way
Right.
for you to be authentic in the world.
Right.
What is a way where you live your truth and you feel fully authentic? And let's experiment with it too. Let's try something out. Let's see how it works. How did that feel? What worked? What didn't? Why?
Right. You know, the holidays are coming up, right, for people. And if you had a piece of advice, right, or like a tool, right, or a takeaway that you suggest for people in recovery during the holidays, like, you know, because presumably you still have clients who are dealing with this. Like, what is something that people can take as a tool or thought or takeaway as we're moving into the holidays in terms of recovery and sustaining recovery?
I think this is a time, if you're newly in recovery, to test out a new way of being during this period of time, right? It's not what you're losing, right? I'm not getting this thing I used to do, or partying the way I used to, or New Year's won't look the same. It's what am I gaining? And so you create this new holiday for yourself, which is, this is what our holiday looks like.
Right.
It's great to create those things, like Thanksgiving for my family and Yom Kippur for my family. We've created like these rituals where we make sandwiches, or we make bags of food, and we walk around under bridges, and we talk to homeless people, and we pass out food. And I want my kids to interact with them and see they're human, and right. It's not just about the food. There's plenty of food that, you know, they're getting, especially around the holidays, but it's being able to interact with people who live differently than you do and see things in a new way. And that's what the holidays become. I made up a Rosh Hashanah one year. My wife had lost her parents, and she was, you know, feeling very isolated because the holidays weren't looking the way she remembered them. And so we created this thing one year where I said, let's put on pajamas, and we're going to go to a Jewish deli, and we'll call it Pajama Rosh Hashanah. And we grabbed the kids, and now it's grown every year. COVID had to slow down a bit, but we take over Art's Deli now. They save spaces for us. We invite everyone, Jews and non-Jews. And I have a huge pajama Rosh Hashanah where everyone shows up in pajamas. My kids think this is a Jewish holiday. It's Rosh Hashanah. You got to get your pajamas, as if this, yes, it's from the Torah, the old pajama Rosh Hashanah that God had instructed for all Jews.
It's funny, you know, we have just 1 minute, but it reminds me of the story of a friend of mine who's from Ann Arbor, if Aaron Pollock is listening there, but like that his mother, he lived in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and his mother used to make guacamole as a snack because she grew up in California. Yeah. And then because he was the only Jew that his friends knew, they thought that guacamole was a Jewish food. Yeah. But yes, right, you always know what you know. Seth, I mean, you know, we have like 2 more minutes for this, but so first, thank you so much for spending some time with us and change. And again, and people can find you, of course, in Los Angeles if they need help. But I think what is interesting and what is important to point out is that, right, that sort of that therapy, like everything else, like spiritual counseling, is a doorway. It's a doorway to think about change, right? And it can work for so many people in so many different ways, whether it is group or individual. But I think this tool of using it and looking at oneself, right, and saying like, am I 100% happy of where I am with this? Can I actually make it better? I think that's the key, right? So people that can
one of the funniest things I have to remind clients, I realize as you're speaking, I'm thinking, what's one of the funnier things that I say sometimes? It almost makes me laugh because we all have to be reminded of it, is you're here for you. I have if someone wants to keep using drugs or drinking and fight with me against it, okay, is it working for you? That therapy is a tool that if you want to help yourself or grow and work on yourself, that's wonderful. There's so much you can do with it. And I'm along with you for the ride. And if you don't care and you have no interest, all right.
It's your life.
You choose how you want to live your life. We have a very short window in this life.
That's right.
It's important to find the kind of life that you want to live, where you can feel the best you can, leave something good in the world.
That's right. I'm there. Seth, thank you so much.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Thank you, everybody. Harriet Rosetto is coming up next for us in this telethon. We are, like I said, we are above 50%, 51. We've raised over $5,000 so far. We have, our goal is to raise $10,000 before the end of the evening. So we have about a little less than 5,000 more left. So If you can give. If you know somebody who can give, feel free to sort of send this to them. Enjoy, invite them to join as we go through this telethon. And I see Harriet sitting down. In a minute, we'll start a conversation. Hello, Harriet.
Hello, indeed.
So we'll start the conversation in a minute. But yeah, so feel free to tell people to jump on the telethon. Again, we're on YouTube, right? We are on YouTube. We are on Facebook, right? Sort of like my tech co-host, right? Right, Grace, right? I think Grace is here still. No, not Grace. No, Grace. Yes, Grace. Yes, Grace. Right. Are we on other platforms?
So we're on Facebook, LinkedIn,
Yes.
YouTube.
Yes. And Twitter and YouTube.
Twitter.
So exactly. So if you have people in your life where this is interesting to them, send it to them. Right. We're putting everything in the chat. So both to sort of like join us, donate, all these things. So hello, Harriet.
Hello, Rabbi
Hello.
Iggy.
Hello, it's so nice to see your face.
Here I am in the desert.
Indeed. So for those people who do not know who Harriet Rosetta is, Harriet Rosetta started Beit Tshuva over 30 years ago with a tremendous sort of humanizing task, right? Which is to help broken souls and change a broken system, right? Harriet's belief then that addiction is a malady of the soul, requiring spiritual healing, inspired her to create a thriving community that supports addicts of all kinds, wherever they are in life. Today, Harriet is really a sought-after speaker in synagogue, communities, groups worldwide. She's also the author of the book Sacred Housekeeping, a spiritual memoir, which I highly, highly, highly recommend. It's a terrific book. She has a blog, which is pretty fantastic, and sort of so many things. But again, I much like with Seth, I am honored to call Harriet not just my friend, but Harriet is my rabbi.
Which is the best thing anybody has ever said to me and about me, Iggy.
Thank you. So so here we are. We are on sort of Giving Tuesday, which I think, right, there's the whole fundraising element of it, which we'll spare you from, but this sort of generosity of spirit, which I find very interesting, right, as a concept, right? So like, especially for somebody like you who really could have done almost anything she wanted in her life, right? So like with learning and degrees and right, and sort of like growing up sort of, right, and sort of in the East Coast, like, and yet, right, to dedicate one's life to the benefit of others, right? That's giving life. That's not just Giving Tuesday.
Well, it's the thing that I found that has given me the most. And I believe that all of us have a yearning to make a difference in the world and to find deep connections and to have a purpose and meaning of our lives that's beyond our own satisfaction. And I looked for a long time to find that, because I knew somewhere I needed that, my mother had told me that I was a missionary child, and I was a missionary in search of a mission for a lot of years. Yeah. And then I found it. And I knew that was what filled my soul and fulfilled my being, not the ego things. And I think that all of us live in this kind of ambiguity between the desires of our ego and the desires of our soul. That's how I define the basic struggle, the war we're all in. And that when we live in a hyper individualistic society where ego needs are primary and soul suffers. And I think that everything that we're seeing in terms of mental illness and addiction and suicide and social isolation and tribalism and polarization and all that stuff is because we've neglected our souls and they're starving.
Right. In that sort of in that space of trying to find ways to nourish our souls, right? You have, right, sort of you and Mark in many ways, right, have the most experience I know of people who on a daily basis of like we're in charge of this sort of spiritual buffet, right, to sort of to nourish people's souls and for them to be able to also sort of like to take the metaphor ad nauseum, right? So like to not do this one meal for all, right? But really
Right.
have this buffet of like of nourishing the
Right.
soul. How do we approach, right? How do you approach when somebody comes into you, the office, whatever, and says like, right, we've agreed that I need nourishment, but like, how do we find out, how do I nourish my soul? How do I know, who I am? How do I know what I need?
Well, that's the journey. You don't know when you come in. You know that you're missing something, right? You know you have a hole in your soul
Right.
that you've been trying to fill with crap that hasn't filled it, right? That's only gotten you there. And you're embarking on a journey. Most people, I think, don't know they even have a soul or wouldn't think to tell you that it's starving.
Right.
They just know something is missing.
Right.
Because I don't think we live in a world where the soul is talked about much or dignified, right? It's kind of, that's a woo-woo, and the whole divorce between science and spirit and soul belonged to religion and treatment was mental health and scientific, and that split has been harmful to all of us. Right. And
do you ever use other names for it? Like, right, because somebody will walk into our office and be like, I'm an atheist, I don't have a soul, right? Like,
I don't, I think when people who come and say I'm an atheist, they mean I don't believe in that God that none of us believe in, right? I don't know that most people would deny they had a soul. Not even a rabid atheist would deny that they had a soul. Something that yearns for something greater than the satisfaction of one's own desires. Right?
Oh, I like that. Great. Something that is something, right, say it again, something that is greater than the satisfaction of their own
one's own desires. Because look at all the people who have everything they've ever wanted. They're successful and they're privileged kids.
Right.
And in that study by Dr. Lisa Miller in The Awakened Brain, children of privilege who have the least amount of spiritual connection are at higher risk for suicide and mental health and addiction than underprivileged kids.
Right.
Because they have the lowest level of spiritual connection, because what's been nurtured in them is all their ego stuff, their performance and their academic achievements and their popularity and their likes and dislikes and what they look like. And the rest of them has been neglected and they're starved.
Right. How do we then address it? Like, how do we then try and find people a space where they can sort of like honor their soul? Like, right, what are the stages? Where do we start with people who are, right, sort of don't even know where to start with this because nobody exposed them to that, but nobody had the conversation with them? How do we start and help people find that kind of, right, that voice in yourself, right? How do we define who we are?
I read something interesting. Somebody sent me something called the Relationalist Manifesto, put out by the Aspen Institute.
Oh yeah, I like the Aspen Institute.
the relationalist manifesto, and in one of the lines it says, the wrong question is not who am I? The right question is whose am I? To whom do I belong?
Hmm.
And I like that a lot. And this whole manifesto is about the relationalist as the middle ground between hyper individualist and collectivism, where there's no individuality. And I think that's what we've created at Beit Tshuva, a relationalist place,
Right.
where people are part of community, but as individual souls. And I think that's a rarity in the world in which we live, you know?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, starved people socially isolated have become really tribal rather than communal.
Right.
Polarized,
Right.
not connected.
Right. People
From
try
the
to fit
same
in more than
place.
belong. Right. People try to fit in more than they belong.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
tribalism is, you know, and some response to people's sense of feeling disconnected and isolated, but it isolates them more because
Right.
it's built on my group better than your group.
Right.
It's
Right.
not communal, it's tribal.
Right. You know, it's interesting the thing you said from the question, right? Because right, in Buddhism, right, there are three questions in the seeking of happiness, and the three question is what is most important, what time is most important, but the third one is who is most important, which I think relates to what you just said very much, right? Sort of
Whose am I?
right. Who is most important, right? And in that kind of like nexus of those things, right? How do I relate to that person, right? And in that sense of like when we talk about like tshuva and tshuva groups, right? So like how my actions affect others and how they're affected, right? Who is affected by my actions and how they're affected by my actions.
Back, I think, to your earlier question of how do you begin a conversation with somebody who doesn't like the word soul. I think from the beginning, the message to people who come into a place like Beit Tshuva is the shift from an external locus of control, of defining your worth and your well-being and your happiness by externals, to a shift to look within. I think that's the big shift. And I think people who stay sober stay tuned into themselves.
Right.
And to whatever is greater than themselves, that connection.
How, so here's the question. How do you, right, at this sort of like, with all this wisdom, how do you check in with yourself? Like you, Harriet, like how do you do that today?
Oh, I have long conversations with myself. And I'm very aware of the ongoing battle between my ego and my soul. I stand in the middle, and I've had to look at the fact that in all of what I'm experiencing now in terms of transitioning and all that, that ego is much stronger than I thought.
Huh. So is that a good feeling or a weird feeling to think after, like to sit, like, because sometimes I said to myself, like, after all these years, something will come up and like, really still? Like I look in my mirror, I'm like, am I still, like, are you still dealing with this? Like, I thought we put this to rest like 15 years ago.
Right. And no, it's not a good feeling. It's sort of a, that really still, okay? Because I think that for so many years, I didn't have to acknowledge the battle because everything was in equilibrium. Soul and ego were in equilibrium because my position, my power, my pleasure were all wrapped up in one thing.
Right.
And so I didn't have to confront all of this separation between ego and soul. Were cooperating with one another for a long time, most of the time.
So is there an exciting part of redefining oneself?
Yes, it's both. It's both, oh shit, you know, but I was done with that. I thought I had found it and it would be forever. And the other part is, oh, okay, there's always more work to be done. And yeah, what's next? And how do I nurture myself in the way I have not yet? That's what I'm looking for now. Yeah.
So there's two comments in the chat. One from Jeremy saying, thank you for your vulnerability and your honesty, which I always thank you as well. But the other is the question says, doesn't 12-step programs promote an external locus of control with a demand for higher power and putting down the individual? It confuses some. Well, the question confuses me a little bit. I'm not even sure what the question is. Mike,
I
do
don't-
you wanna, yeah.
I don't understand how AA promotes external locus of control. I think it's all about looking within.
Got it.
What is the person seeing that is different from that?
Got it. Okay, well, we'll wait for the clarification. So as we think about sort of change, and right, I was just talking to Seth about sort of like how hard change is. What are, do you have like the kind of best advice of like when we think about change, like sort of like when we start on this road, it's like, here are some pitfalls that sort of you might hit, like here are those things, like think about this.
Well, no, I think change is difficult, period. And
Right.
and I think the change that we're all going through now is massive in terms of the way we saw ourselves and the way we understood our lives and the sort of entitlement we all had to that we wouldn't experience major disaster in our lives. I think
Right.
that's been and we thought we knew things and there were guarantees and there were certainties and all of that has been disrupted. And I think ultimately that will be a good thing, because the world we were living in, where we thought we knew what we ought to be and how we ought to do it, wasn't fulfilling people anyway.
Right.
And so I think this is a society's bottom. If you want to use addiction language, I think we've hit bottom.
Huh.
Yeah, as a world.
Right.
And
so
now
now
is
the only
an
way is up.
opportunity to recover.
Right. But that means sort of that we now have to do the work, otherwise we'll just stay close to the bottom.
Right. Or we'll say, we'll redo everything that
Right.
was wrong, right? We'll go back
Right,
to
back
what
to normal.
was,
Right.
right, whatever, which was never normal,
Right.
right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? So like you and I have spoken about this before, right? This sort of obsession of the Western world and with the normal, right? The normal brain or the normal
Right.
behavior, right? And sort of this sort of, well, the nonsense of it, right?
Absolutely. 100,000 people died last year of fentanyl overdoses.
Right.
100,000 people,
Right.
right?
Which is more than gun violence and car accidents put
Yeah.
together.
People are searching, you hear it all the time when people say, well, I'm not religious, but I'm spiritual. People are looking for connection,
Right.
for spiritual connection, for community connection.
Right. The number
that's
one
real. That's real.
Right. The number one self-defining thing that people say on the podcast, right? And if you don't know, we have a podcast called Tattoos and Toy. There's an amazing episode with Harriet, really, really unbelievable. But the number one thing people define themselves is like, I'm a seeker. It's kind of amazing, but like really, it's sort of like that. I can, right? We're not when I was about to say, we're not promoting gambling, but if I would take a bet, right? Like that most people who come in, right, will say, well, I am a seeker, or I've always been a seeker. And I think that is so important, right? Especially as we're thinking about, right, like the way we want to recover from whatever we're going through, which we're still going through, on so many people who are seeking.
And I think that people didn't know they were seeking.
Right.
I think that this disruption in our world has allowed a lot of people to re-examine
Right.
themselves. I mean, everything I read in the New York Times Sunday was about how COVID-19 has changed the world politically. City, urban people are moving to middle America, that the whole map and landscape might change. Going to your office every day and working 8-10 hours a day, that idea, you know, family life being, it's all up for grabs now.
Right.
Like,
Right.
massive changes.
So this is a good opportunity, right, for us to sort of think, to
Absolutely.
reevaluate.
Yeah, what matters? And I think people are doing that. They're re-examining their values in very significant ways.
Right. And in that sense, right back to this, right? Like, right, what is most important, what time is most important, and who is most important? Right.
And
So like if we
who's
can answer that,
Yeah.
right? If everybody could answer that honestly, right, we would be in a different place.
And I think it's an individual in many ways journey, you
Right.
know. And I don't know, I wonder about the kids who didn't even get to go to school yet,
Right.
you know, and what will happen to youngsters who didn't have social connection early on, right? But we don't know where that's going to go, I
Right.
think.
Right. I mean, we're already seeing a lot of it of like being affecting, right? I can tell you from my own kids that I can see this affecting them in ways that sort of is not very positive, you know.
And it's interesting, the whole mask story, you know, for years, we would tell people, take off your masks,
Right.
meaning, you know, stop with the self-image shit, be yourself, okay?
Right.
Then we had to put on masks to protect ourselves. And
Right.
so I think we all want to take them off, both literally and metaphorically.
Right.
That's the lesson here.
Right.
You know,
Although I would say, right, that there's always, I think, and you'll agree, right? So like that sort of definitely in Judaism with Purim, but even in general, right? That the mask tells me more about your inside than without. That you think you're hiding because you put on a mask, but the mask that you choose tells me a lot about who you want to be rather than right.
Right. That's really interesting because yes, people think they're hiding.
Right.
They're really revealing themselves.
Right. Because I'm sure, like I know for you, right, doing all this year's work, right? Somebody comes into your office, sits down, they think they're hiding, but you take like 5 minutes. And you're like,
Right.
like
where's the other one? Is my first question. Where's the other one? Because we all have other ones, right? We all have. We are a mixture of inclinations, some divine and some profane, and
Right.
all people have all those inclinations.
Right.
And I think accepting them and making, you know, connections with all the parts of ourselves is necessary. That the spiritual quest is for wholeness, whether it's psychological or spiritual or literary. We all seek wholeness of being.
Right. But wholeness, right, in your articulation, which I've always find inspiring, wholeness does not mean all good or all bad.
No,
wholeness, right?
Wholeness is the whole Geschäft, right? The both and, not the either.
Both, right. The sort of that we have to integrate both the light and the dark, which I think is so difficult for people because they've been taught, right, that their addiction is bad, and therefore we have to eradicate this, or I just want to be good, right? And there's no, and part of the work is to find a way to integrate all these, right?
That is the work. And I think that basic shame, I mean, back to the garden, right?
Right.
original shame,
Right.
instead of acknowledging that forbidden is very attractive and that's why we did it.
Right.
We hid and we lied, and we still do that,
Right.
because we're ashamed of those parts of ourselves. Because I think our culture is addicted to perfection, and we have an illusion of goodness,
Right.
and particularly in recovery, I think that drives more people to relapse than anything else. This sort of implied promise that my character defects will disappear. They ain't going anywhere.
Right. Is so I know that, right? I know that well, I guess the question is, right, many times we think like, okay, the opposite of shame is pride, right? So like, right. But like, is there like a shame neutral, right? Because if shame is the source of the bad, like, right, is the striving not for pride, right? The striving must be for like a neutral, right? Or
Well, the shame that's destructive is named toxic shame.
right.
And then, is shame, guilt, or remorse good shame?
Right.
But toxic shame is that sense of being defective because you're not perfect. And I
Right.
think in the binary world in which most of us were raised, you're 100% or you're zero.
Right.
Good enough was a interesting term. Whoever wrote that book a couple of years
Right.
ago, The Good Enough Mother. Really? You can just be good enough?
Right.
You don't have to be perfect?
Hmm.
So, yeah, I think that's part of the lesson for all of us.
Right.
It's Mark doesn't call them defects of character as it does in AA.
Right.
He says they're traits and they're human and we all have them. And when they're in proper measure, they're not damaging. And when they're out of whack, then they're destructive.
That's right. The midot, what we call the midot. That's right.
Right.
So we're asking everybody the same question today. Holidays are coming up, right? Which I think is very difficult, right? They've already started people. So do you, like, if you were to give like a takeaway or tool that you suggest for people in recovery for the holidays, do you have something that sort of that people should consider or think about as we move into the holidays?
Yeah, it's something I've thought about all of my life, really, that there are these hallmark days when you're supposed to feel or do X, Y, or Z. And the holiday period is that on steroids, right? This is the time when everybody is having a wonderful time and they love their family, and it's illusory, and it's always been illusory, and I think to look at your conditioning and why you think you're supposed to have this happen on this day is really important.
Right.
I mean, that was one of my big ahas in my own journey, that I grew up on a time when if you didn't have a date on Saturday night, you were supposed to kill yourself, because you weren't, nobody would ever love you.
Right.
And I had this big aha that, like, I was always suicidal on Saturday night, but on Thursday night, I was really happy to be by myself reading a book. And it was a big light bulb. Like, how have I let that cultural definition control my emotions? That's my message to people.
Fascinating, right? Because I think, right, in the 2 minutes we have left, right, this message, which I think is always beautiful from you, is sort of like that. Why let somebody else or some society or someplace else define, right, who I'm supposed to be, right? And you were the original sort of like one of the OG sort of like, yes, I'm a nice Jewish girl from the East Coast, but I'm also gonna open a halfway house for Jewish, right? So like, right, they're like, I'm not going to be defined by this, right? And I think, and it's amazing, right? And I've said this to you and people like, right, because I think today people are like, oh, that's great. But like 35 odd years ago, this was monumental, right? To say like, I'm not going to be defined by what you think I should be.
Absolutely. And redefining, I mean, simple things. Redefining New Year's Eve was a big one, because that was another one of those, oh my God, alone. December 31st takes all of the pressure off. It
Right.
ain't New Year's Eve, it's December 31st. It's
Right.
another day.
That's right.
And you don't have to let your culture define your emotions.
That's right. Well, truer words have never been spoken, and I think that's really quite amazing. And if right, if we're anything, right, if Chuva Center is anything, is due to your spirit and your spark, right, and how sort of what you've done then and how it translates all the way down to 2021 at this Giving Tuesday.
Well, thank you. And
so,
you didn't let anybody define who you are.
no, eventually I didn't, but with your and Mark's help, for
Okay.
a while I did. So yeah.
All right.
Harriet, thank you so much.
Thank
you for your
you.
time and
Thank
your
you,
wisdom.
everybody, for listening.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. All right, it's 5 o'clock. I'm gonna introduce Vivian. Vivian is our Chief Development Officer here at Chuva Center. Vivian, it seems like we are at we're growing slowly. We're inching up. We're almost at 52% of what we want to raise today. I just want to sort of like, I don't know, but like it is also Hanukkah, so I have my little dreidel. But because it's Hanukkah and it's also really important, right? I also have geld. Maybe geld should be the Yiddish word of the week this week, because like geld in Yiddish means money, which is what we want. Right, which what we want, but it's not. If you give us money or have other people give us money, it's not just that you're not only saving lives, which is the most important, but we also, right, you can get this beautiful mug from Chuva Center, right? And there's other things you can talk about, but I'll let you think. So thank you for listening to me. There's more of me coming up and more guests, but yeah, Giving Tuesday, give so we can create more of this. Go ahead, Harriet. Harriet, go ahead, Vivian.
I don't mind being called Harriet, not that Harriet. Thank you, everybody, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. And thank you to all of you who've donated so far during this Giving Tuesday campaign. We're super excited. And we're excited about the year we're having at the Chuva Center. So we added 3 amazing new board members. We received a large grant from the Mother Cabrini Health Foundation, allowing us to employ 4 new full-time staff. We continued to build out our virtual programming schedule. We actually held an in-person event on August 1st, and we launched our spiritual counseling and recovery coaching programs online this month. So, as you know, as Seth said, we are in the midst of an opioid epidemic of historic proportions. So, and our mission is to provide individuals suffering from substance and process abuse disorders with recovery resources, connection, and community. In November, we launched those counseling and coaching programs, 2 of the 3 pillars of the Chuva Center program. These are one-on-one sessions with rabbis, rabbinic interns, certified alcohol and substance abuse counselors. We do not turn anyone away who needs these services. So our fees are based on a sliding scale. We can only do that with your contributions. I'm always moved by the fact that you, our clients and friends, give so generously of your resources to the Chuva Center. So please take advantage of our matching grant challenge, which will allow us to raise an extra $5,000 if we reach $10,000 today. So we're currently at about $5,600. I just found another $400. So we're currently about $5,600. We need another, my math is terrible this evening, another $4,400 between now and 8 o'clock this evening. And remember that the mug that Iggy showed you, right? So if you give $54 or more, you can receive a brand new Chuva Center mug. These are hot off the out of the kiln. They're brand new. And if you give $90 or more, you'll receive a brand new beautiful hoodie also a new swag from Chuva Center. So here is the link in the chat to donate now. Rachel just put it in the chat. Thank you so much for your support, and I'll give you a moment to donate. So thank you so much. Now it is my pleasure to introduce Jeremy Poole, Director of Counseling at Chuva Center. Jeremy is a certified drug and alcohol counselor from Los Angeles, California, who moved to New York recently for us. Through his own journey, Jeremy created and lives by his life's mission statement, which is as follows: with integrity, love, and compassion, I will be an instrument of change in my life and the lives of all who struggle. Take it away, Jeremy.
Hey everyone, how you guys doing? So part of who we are and what we do at the Teshuva Center is we've been able to pivot as in the beginning of the pandemic, we had to pivot. And the pivoting allowed us to create this unique digital community recovery space for all that are in need. And just as we are a community that stands for mission over money, most of the services of our drop-in groups are provided for free, as well as our counseling services and our one-on-one services are provided at a sliding scale. Right now, I would like to bring up two people that have been with us since the start of the pandemic. When we made that shift, when we made that switch and started to run a lot of our virtual programming, have been able to build a community. And through building this community, we have people all over the nation: California, Florida, New York. I think on the call right now, I have a client from London, in the UK. So we've been able to build a very diverse virtual program. Right now, I'm going to interview two people so they can share their experiences of what it's been like being involved with the Teshuva Center. The first person that I would like to introduce, born and raised in New York, Lori lives in Florida with her husband and 3 cats. Now retired, she works as she worked as a librarian during her career. During the pandemic, while surfing the web, Lori discovered Rabbi Iggy quite by accident and is now a major cheerleader for the Teshuva Center. Lori is grateful for the community Rabbi Iggy has created and is looking forward to the day that she can, I'm going to butcher the Yiddish, Shep
Naches
at the Teshuva Center when it opens in our physical space that we're currently looking for. The next person that I'm bringing up is Jonas Scott Mendelson, who is an actor, singer, writer based in New York City. His stage work spans new plays in New York City and lead roles in regional theaters. His writings includes a variety of poetry and 2 pieces for the stage. So with all that, how did you guys really come across the Teshuva Center, and what has been your experience so far? If someone wants, feel free
I'll
to
start.
Lori, I think you
I'll start.
joined first.
Yeah, I think I might have just been there a little ahead of you, Yona. I did discover Iggy online quite by accident while I was looking for somebody else. I was looking for an old high school friend, and one thing led to another. I found myself on the homepage of some synagogue in New Jersey, and lo and behold, they had this flyer for somebody named Rabbi Iggy, who is going to be talking in the next day or two on the subject of Teshuvah as a way of life. Now, if that doesn't say it all, I mean, that just really, really sparked my interest. That was May 19th, 2020. And I've been with Rabbi Iggy ever since. And all different groups that Teshuva Center is offering. I met Yona in the Artists in Recovery group. I've been in the Teshuva group, which has been just absolutely transformational for me on Thursdays. and other groups as well. So that's how I got started.
Thank you so much, Lori. Yona, how would you say you got involved in?
Yeah, so I first first of all, it's great to be here. Thanks so much for having this, for organizing this. I first met Rabbi Iggy at a Shavuos teaching at the JCC in New York online after the pandemic happened, and I was like, oh, Shavuos, Judaism, and recovery in like one place. I was excited about that. So I attended at that and knew about Teshuva Center from there. But I was busy, I don't know, running around doing what in that first part of the first few months of the pandemic. Well, I know what I was busy doing. I was actually working on a solo show. That's what I did when things shut down. I was like, oh, I have this book of poetry that I've been wanting to memorize and perform. So I used the shutdown to work on that. I did a live stream performance of it last December, just about a year ago. And when I finished, it's when I finish a big project, when you work freelance, when you work gig to gig, you do a gig, you do go into rehearsal for something and it takes all of you and there's no structure except the show. And then all of a sudden it's over. And there's all this unstructured time. And that's typically when my recovery falls apart. But this year I finished just as they were starting a new round of the Artists in Recovery group. So I was able to join up with that then. And then I've also, so I've been attending that pretty consistently. Not so much the last few weeks, but I'm back this week. See you tomorrow. And then I've also taken advantage of some of the spiritual counseling. My own synagogue, we have a new rabbi. Was asked to join the board, and anyone who's ever joined a synagogue board knows that that's like leveling up and the in your spiritual development and living in community. So that all made me kind of crazy, and it was great to have someone through Teshuva Center. I talked to Zippy, the rabbinic intern from JTS. We talked several times, and it was really wonderful and helpful in getting me through a rough time in my relationships with my home synagogue. To have a little space that was separate where I could process, and then now things are going strong.
It's awesome, and we come together in like this virtual space, and I would ask for you guys to kind of share your experience in the virtual space. What has it been like to jump into some of these virtual groups? Just knowing like recovery takes finding what works for you. As Lori mentioned, she comes to some of the Teshuva groups and the other drop-in groups, and you guys both met in the Artists in Recovery. So can you guys explain like your experience, how you felt? Did you feel like you had to come in earlier where they were talking about the mask that they wear? Did you feel you had to come in with the mask, or were you granted space to feel, did you feel that the space provided was a safe container for you to continue to explore your recovery?
I'll take that one, Yona. Yona,
Sure.
Should I take that one first?
Yeah, you go first.
So, yeah, and it was a safe container, but I have to say first that I got used to the idea of a safe container from Thursday Teshuva group. That came first for me. That was the place that I learned that I can go and say, hey, I messed up big time. And it was okay. Or I could say, hey, I did this great thing. And that was okay too. When I first started with Artists in Recovery, I had down my art materials for about 3 years. And I wasn't even sure I wanted to pick them up again ever. I was on the verge of getting rid of all of them. And this artist group came up. I didn't think it was even possible to call myself an artist. And I thought, wow, what have I got to lose? An hour out of my life? I'll just go and see what they're doing. And then it was such a safe container. And the people are so wonderful. People are so accepting and encouraging and loving that now, in the beginning, I was a little afraid to raise my hand, but now they can't shut me up. So there you go.
Thank you, Lori. Yona?
Yeah. So one, there's just this frustration with all the time spent on Zoom. And I've been skeptical that there can be real connection on Zoom. And joining the Artists in Recovery group right from the beginning, I felt like people were so present. And I also want to give a shout out to Ben Lichman, who's here, who leads the group. And he sets such a great tone too, as an artist, as a recovering person. It's fascinating to me to be in a recovery setting that's not strictly a 12-step meeting. So the nature of sharing is more fluid, and we do respond to each other. So it's more like a group in that way, and it's co-led by a therapist, a social worker. So so it's not just a 12-step meeting. But the other thing about it is that it brings together 3 of my identities. So it's a place where I can talk Jewish, I can talk art, and I can talk recovery. And I don't have to explain anything. In 12 steps rooms, I always have to be careful about how Jewish I get with my spirituality. And I'm very self-conscious about pursuing an arts career, which is this weird mix of ego and egolessness. And given what 12-step and recovery is all about, ego. And in this space, that all just fell away. And then in art spaces, I'm very hesitant to talk about spirituality or God. And often arts workshops and things they're professional, they're competitive. They're like, it's about the work. Don't get personal. And yet art is the most personal thing you can do.
Yeah.
So to be in a space where I can focus on the personal side of my art. And again, some weeks I don't have anything to share, and I'm still welcome. I still feel like part of a group. There's this balance. We're in this sort of flow between just being there as a person, and then sometimes we're sharing stuff that we're really working on and trying to get out there. It's a real mix. Also, artists are in all places. Like Lori hadn't been doing some, and she's making these amazing things. She mailed me a birthday card that I have very prominently displayed. I wish I'm actually visiting family in Wisconsin right now, or I would show you. It's stunning. It's stunning. And it sort of gets to the core of that kid who's just making something. And that's just the best place to live. And Teshuva Center is the only place I found that lets it be that pure.
I thank you for saying that, because I was going to bring it up because it's just from the first 2 interviews, something that really stuck out is like, all right, having a collective idea of a community that you're supposed to be part of. But what's celebrated most at like the Teshuva Center, and as well as my experience both as a former client and a former employee of Beit Teshuva, is how important the individual actually is. Like we are truly like as strong as strong as we are. We're as strong as our willingness to provide space for the quietest individual in the room, if that makes any sense, right? It's learning how to get the introvert to find their voice and teach them to become experts of their voice. So with your experience, because both of you guys have some time in recovery, and you alluded to it a little bit, what is your experience in other recovery spaces, and how does that differ from what the Teshuva Center does and provides? And knowing, like you said, you guys really I really want us to focus on the virtual aspects of the connection that people are finding through a screen. Because I was one of the people, like Yona said earlier, like I'm Zoom burnt out. But when I'm in the rooms with people that can actually just let go, they show up without the ego. They show up with their vulnerability. They show up as the human beings we all are, with our baggage, with our successes, and with our failures. So how has the community been different for you as it relates to just personally in your recovery? And then we'll explore a little bit about like your spirituality or your religion, your Judaism, and the connection that it brings as well.
Why don't I take this one first, Lori, and then I'll hand it off to you?
Sure, sure.
So in terms of recovery, I mean, for me, I'm hardcore about the steps. Like, you know, I'd been in and out of rooms for 20 years, and then I finally had a sponsor who, I'm in S programs, but he was coming out of NA, and he was hardcore, old school, big book steps.
Yeah.
You know, this pages and pages of fourth step, and we'd read through it. He's like, I don't think you're getting to your part of it yet. Like really pushing, hardcore, and gentle and persistent, all at the same time. And that's the foundation of my recovery. What I've found harder in the rooms, and that I've really gotten from Teshuvah Center, and again, particularly the Artists in Recovery group, is what it is to live in the solution and live forward. As I said, you know, in Artists in Recovery, recovery is the container and the backdrop, but we share what we need to share.
Yeah.
And the other thing that I've found in Artists in Recovery, which is amazing, it's only an hour, and yet each time we meet, it's so full. But the sense of finding out who we, like having space for ourselves to take the shape it needs to take today. In the meeting, you know, like it's great. I'm checking in, I'm claiming my seat. I'm doing that foundational work. But in Teshuvah Center, both in the spiritual counseling and in the group, I've had a little bit more space to dream, okay, who am I as I heal? And I feel like the sense of connectedness to life is in that space, and in you guys, actually, in Rabbi Iggy, when I listen to a podcast or when I hear him talk and connect with him, in Ben, you know, who's a new dad, like we wouldn't be able to get into that in the same way in a meeting. We'd reference it, it'd be there, but there's a little bit more fluidity and openness. This idea of Teshuvah returning and always being able to turn around and look, there you are. I may go get lost for a little while. Oh, there you are. And that sense that there's people on the other side of the Zoom screen who are really present. So that's what's different for me in terms of recovery, that it makes that link between keeping it green and breathing and moving forward.
It was beautifully put, Yona. Lori?
I think the difference for me, because I also was in and out of actual, you know, in real life rooms for a very long time.
Yeah.
And I think the difference for me is that Teshuvah Center and all these various groups that we can go to address so many aspects of me, you know, the Jewish piece, the artistic piece, just all the different pieces. I mean, you know, I think maybe the word I'm looking for is synergy, because, you know, I have, you know, I could have Judaism over here and I could have recovery over here, but to have them together, holy Toledo. And then, you know, the art piece and the community. I mean, I feel like in real life meetings, I always made, you know, friends in meetings, but the depth of community that I feel with people that I've never met in real life, you know, people that I talk to that live in California, I'm in Florida, we have somebody on the call from London, you know, I mean, I feel a real connection with these people that I've met in the groups. And I don't know, I think it's because of all the different facets that are being addressed. That's what's different for me.
Awesome. And we talked a lot, like on this call, about kind of like our free drop-in groups and whatnot. but both of you guys have also experienced some of like the individual one-on-one care from spiritual counselors. Do you guys mind sharing a little bit about that experience and what it's been like to have someone nurture like your spiritual care, what it means to have someone cater to like the soul, and what that relationship has, how it has enriched your life?
Sure. But again, I sought it out because I was really having a crisis around joining the board. We had a new rabbi. And I grew up in a divorced family, and I didn't grow up with a spiritual upbringing or, Hebrew school or any of that. So it's new. It's a new thing in my recovery that I'm able to build and sustain relationships, to join a synagogue long enough to join the board, to run into problems in a relationship and stick it out and find ways to work it through. It's hard. It's just really hard. Instead of hiding in a corner, giving up, my first step is a lot about half-finished things and not sustained relationships. And one, just to have a rabbinic intern and a social worker in the meeting hearing me and reaching out to me. And then also because, the other thing is, I'm in a position where I'm able to make some donations, but therapy stretches me financially for sure. And unlike when I've gone to like the Gay Community Center, which has cheap or free counseling available, you feel the weight of the burden of offering it. And somehow here, partly because we're online maybe, and partly because of the work we're doing today with the telethon and the work you're doing to get outside support, it just felt like I connected with a person, not a piece of paper. And it's huge.
It's huge.
And there is just a seamlessness going into one-on-one counseling and then going back to the group. It could be short-term, which is what I needed at that moment. There was just kind of a seamlessness, and it feels like it's in a container that I know that funding this work is not easy. And yet you guys are really committed to an approach of we're in community, like a synagogue, where theoretically people walk in the door and we're welcomed. In fact, because of the nature of what we're connecting around, perhaps the welcome is more deeper and more genuine here than it might be at just a regular synagogue. But I just felt that you were leading with care and not the burden of providing service. And that is powerful and hard to sustain. And may this be a really successful telethon so we can keep it going and the way it's going.
Thank you. Thank you. Lori, would you like to share a little bit about your experience with your spiritual counselor and how that has helped enrich your life?
My spiritual counselor is one of the rabbinic interns, and the experience of working with her I can't even describe it, because in years gone by, I had been in therapy, and I got to tell you, it didn't do anything for me at all. My spiritual counselor just gets me, and what she brings to the table with her rabbinic knowledge and the source materials that she brings in. I honestly, I can't even describe it. It's just been wonderful.
Yeah, you did definitely. It's a good balance of her rabbinic studies as well as an understanding of her own healing process. And that's what I think is so beautiful in these relationships. I know, again, from my own experience, but just being part of the community, this is a community that makes sure that we see and hear everyone. There's no voice that's louder, whether it's even, this is sitting even on a staff level, from talking with Rabbi Iggy all the way down. It's a place where everyone has a voice and everyone is the expert of their own voice. So I really appreciate you guys. And I'm going to ask the same question. What are some things you guys have been doing to help with your recovery during like the holidays? What's a skill set that you guys use if you guys don't mind sharing, for being individuals with your own recovery story.
Well, maybe I'll jump in. Something Harriet said earlier when Harriet was talking, my situation is that I don't have family around me. I do have a husband here with me. Basically, we just, for whatever reason, we're basically on our own, just the two of us. So for me, the holidays almost entirely are just another day. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, as Harriet pointed out. For me, I think about what I've learned, especially in Teshuvah group. And a lot of times I will ask myself, do I really want to do this, that, or the other, and then have to go to Teshuvah group and say I messed up, Or do I really want to do X, Y, or Z and have to tell my spiritual counselor I messed up? Well, yes, I will do that. I will be authentic with them if I have to, but I'd rather not in the first place. So all those things are helping me because of my situation, just being the two of us. I just kind of use the same tools that I use to get through any other day, because for me, it is just another day pretty much.
Thank you. And Yona, if you don't mind, just sharing a quick one with us. I want to respect everyone's time.
Yep.
I know there's more
You
guests.
So I'd say for me, actually, one of the biggest things is that starting in the Artist in Recovery group, I started using my Hebrew name, Yona.
Okay.
I'd been playing with it and thinking about it. And it was in this group that I started doing it. And then High Holidays, I've started doing it in all parts of my life. And it's really that, combined with some real strong daily prayer rooted in traditional practices. The daily prayer and having permission to pray, like really pray, and I don't have to put quotes around higher power. Higher power is great, but I can like, you know what? I need to talk to God. But that space of claiming who I am and visiting family this year, which is always a struggle and wonderful and a struggle. I've had space to be rooted in myself when encountering my family, partly because I had space to be myself in Teshuvah Center first.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. And I really want to share my gratitude for you guys showing up and being willing to be part of this and share your experiences as people that have been in through the process, part of our ecosystem, part of our community. I've experienced you as grateful members. I love your authenticity. I love your vulnerability. And thank you guys so much for continuing to believe in our message and our community and showing up weekly.
Thank you for having us. It's really been a privilege. Thank you for asking us to do this.
Thank you very much. And thanks for all you guys do. Go to Teshuvah Center.
Right. And now we'll bring back up Rabbi Iggy's coming back up with another guest of ours. And we'll continue this telethon. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for your time and your space and showing up.
Hello, everyone. Again, nice to see everybody. Sorry, I had a slight technical difficulty. Good job, Jeremy. Thank you. Of course, thank you, Yona. Thank you, Lori. Thank you for always being such great supporters and cheerleaders of us. And thank you for joining our groups and trusting in us. This is really, it's very nice and gratifying to sort of hear, people talk about the work that we do and what it means to them. It always feels very good and feels very validating to do all this thing. And thank you everybody who joined us, and thank you everybody who's been donating to us. We are at 60%, y'all. We're 60%, over $6,000 raise. We are at 60%, which is pretty amazing. And again, if you give above a certain amount, right? If you give about, I think right 96, you get the mug, right? This is a very special mug because it has the notches of our ability, right? So you pour the coffee in all the way to the top. Then when you get here, you can meditate. And when you can get here, you can then sort of try to find gratitude. And only then are you allowed to start speaking. But until then, you should really focus on having a morning ritual with your coffee or your tea or your water or your juice, whatever it is, sort of that floats your boat. So continue giving this in. And yes, Vivian, you want to say something?
So Iggy, they only have to act to get a mug. They only actually have to give $54.
Oh, $54, my mistake, $54.
And can you show the hoodie? Do you have the hoodie there?
I do not have the hoodie there, but
maybe Ben could show a hoodie.
But I think Grace is it. But we'll show it right after Gary. I think at the next sort of point we'll show it. So cool. Stick around for the hoodie, but give us your guilt. With this nod to Jewish life, Gary. Hello, Gary. I know you're here. Here he is. Hi, Gary. Chag Sameach.
Chag Sameach.
Chag Sameach. For those people who don't know, Gary Katz is joining us. Again, thank you for joining us and supporting us, and has been doing so many cool things with us this last year and events. Gary Katz, for those people who don't know, he's the founder of the Center for Intimacy Recovery and Scene Therapy at the Center for Women's Intimacy in New York. Both his practices focus primarily on intimacy and relationship. Also Gary is one of the most fascinating people to talk to around sort of therapy and intimacy and the nexus of Judaism. And again, like so many of the guests here, an honor and a privilege to also call him my friend. So here we are, sort of like in when we talk about this, and in my notes, we're talking about sort of like boundaries and communication, which is the main focus of what the half an hour we're going to spend together. Here I am breaking those boundaries, asking people for money, right? So like trying to say, right, here I am sort of, I guess sort of changing the rules just a bit.
That'd be breaking their boundaries. Showing up at their door right now, knocking and asking for money might be that, or walking in when they open the door. But asking for a donation, is that break? You're just asking.
That's true. I guess that's true. So what everyone should be thankful that I'm not doing that, and therefore should be able to. So, boundaries, hard? Right? Sorry.
I was just curious, is it hard to do that? Because it is, whether it's breaking boundaries or not, it's a little, it can feel pushy or feel like, and I just want for someone who's so respectful of boundaries.
Honestly, yes. Yeah. Honestly, it is not easy. It's not easy to do this. Not talking to people. Talking to people is great. I love talking to people, especially my friends. But asking people for money, asking people for donations, for support, yeah, it's not my comfort zone by any chance, right? I'm a rabbi, I'm a theologian, I teach, I give, I think, but I don't ask. And I would say, and I'll be in all honesty, also as a person, it's not easy for me. I'm not the guy who says, hey, I need help. I'm the guy who's going to go in the corner and be by myself and shut everybody out and trying to figure out by myself. And only if I fall really flat on my face, then we'll be like, would you need help? And I'll be like, okay, I don't mind. So no, it's not easy. I think it's interesting because I think, and this is part of the conversation, and one of the reasons I am doing it, because I am trying to sort of to grow, is to be able to not just ask people for money, but to be able to acknowledge that I can value my own self-worth.
I was just thinking that exact thing. Yeah, that's what it is, really.
So why is it so hard for me, Dr. Gary Katz? Why is it so hard for me?
We discussed this in your session this morning, Iggy. Don't you remember? No, I'm just joking. Why? I think it's hard. I think, first of all, for many people who are in your position or like mine, like healers, it's hard. We're there to help people. And so then so money, we all come in with right? Like that thing, relationship with money. And I would say probably two things that everyone has to deal with, money and sex, are two things that are rarely discussed growing up, although we're taught messages all the time about them. And so it's both those unique topics and then the more general topic of learning to ask for one's needs. And you hit it right out there by saying, like, it's hard to ask for our needs, and it's about self-worth. And in my field of being like in private therapy, therapists have a fee, and that's determined also by your ability to ask, for what you feel your time is worth. And that's hard. It's hard because it all comes back down to how we feel about ourselves.
Right.
And we all, I don't know. I think even the healthiest person struggles with that in places.
Right. Because what I was about to say, right, boundaries have been such a big word and a big sort of concept and and so like growth and wellness and and all this sort of like the last while.
Mhm.
But it does seem that sort of we all somehow quote unquote struggle with it, right? So that we this sort of like, I guess first is like, right, having boundaries, what is my boundaries, crossing boundaries, communicating boundaries, and also and right, and sort of like here's the interesting thing for me is sort of like we are all about connection, right? We're all about, right, so like togetherness and why fit in when you can belong, sort of like, right, am I the anti-boundary, like, right, is it sort of
No, I think you're making, well, first of all, I think boundaries is probably an overused word, right? Like I'd probably say like every year there's a new therapy word that's overused. And I think for 2019 or 2018, it's probably boundaries, followed by narcissist, borderline, and I don't feel safe. And then they become part of the lexicon, and then they get used in so many things. But wanting to connect is not a lack of boundaries. Wanting to include is not a lack of boundaries, right? Like boundaries are about protection. Like if you think about like the wall around Yerushalayim, that's a boundary so it's there to keep the people inside safe from outside stuff, to keep the outside from coming in, and to keep them from going out. And so you're making when you create a community, you're creating it in a way that it feels easy for people to feel safe and to come in and to go out in a way that is comfortable for them. Like a jellyfish has boundaries too. It doesn't have to be, right, like it's permeable, but it's a body, it's a boundary. And it doesn't have to be rock. It can be something like that. And I think that's one of the things that's so beautiful about you and your program, is that it is so permeable that people can come in from all walks of life and have a place that they can feel safe. And that is, you have to have a stronger boundary to have a broader group of people, actually, than for a very, like a very finite group of people that are all the same. It takes more strength to hold together all different types than everyone who seems uniform.
So how do I find out, right? Like if we're talking about sort of people, like how do I find out what how do I find out what my boundary is? Like, how do I know what my boundary, right? Like there's things I want, right? Right. The things I just started. There's things I want, right? But I don't know if that's healthy for me, not healthy for me, right? Like, how do I know? And and it's funny because, right, you are working around intimacy and around relationships, right? And all that. And I remember definitely when I was younger, right? Like even just the thought of like how do I know what I want is to call this person all the time. What I want, right, is to send them love letters. What I want, but somehow there was also this sort of sense in me. It was like, well, should I, right? And what is okay, the game, the norm, right? So like,
right. So I think part of it, I don't know, for me has always been like, where do I begin? Where do I end? And where does the other person begin? So when I've been in those situations of, like you described, wanting to send love letters, wanting to be with this person all the time. And I remember one time, the woman I was dating in Seattle was pushing me out of her apartment. She said, "Gary, I need space." I didn't even know what the word meant. I'm like, space? What do you mean? She's like, "I need to be alone a little." I'm like, but why? If we love each other, we should be together all the time. And I literally, I wasn't just trying to, like, I couldn't comprehend why not, because to me, that's what I thought it was. I couldn't understand that we're two separate people who may unite and become, and we might co-regulate, which is what couples do, right? And have a bigger impact on each other than anyone else. But we're also two individuals who form this special bond in this special place, but we're distinct at the same time. Right.
Right.
And so if I don't, so my first thing I need for any kind of boundary before I lose myself is to know is to have a sense of self. If I have a healthy, developed sense of self, then when I meet someone that I really like, romantic, friend, whatever, I don't lose myself in that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, because I think it, what I like about this and what I think is interesting is sort of that in the quest of recovery, right? That is really one of the central question of the quest, right? Like, how do I find myself, right? I've defined myself through my addiction or my pain or my trauma or my cravings or my relation, right, codependency, but how do I find myself is at the core of what we do, which is recovering yourself and your passion. Like, why? Because if I'm able to know myself, the uniqueness of my soul, I have a chance to then understand how to relate to somebody else.
Right. Like Ayaka, like, where are you? Who are you? What are you? Right. That's I think, first of all, I think it's a lifelong journey, but we can get in touch with that essence of ourselves and, our addictions. By the way, I just want to say, when in that story with Seattle, I left, she closed the door on me. I left the apartment. I walked around the corner to Baskin Robbins, used the payphone, and talked my way back inside to be together, because I couldn't understand. I felt like I really couldn't understand. It felt harmful to me. Like, why aren't we together? I needed it. So there wasn't a sense of self for me. I only felt completed by losing myself in this other person. And needless to say, that relationship didn't work out. It wasn't long term. It didn't work out the way, I guess it worked out for a lesson, but
it worked out for her.
It worked out much better for her. Yeah. But I lost track now because I want.
It's her loss. It's her loss.
What was your question? I forgot. We have a certain, like, with the addiction. So, it's a funny experience. I think maybe this is what you're also talking about. When a person comes into recovery, right? Let's say you're in a group therapy, you're in a 12-step meeting, like, I'm an alcoholic, I'm a drug addict, again and again, Gary, we say it again and again. But that's not our whole identity, but we keep doing that to break denial, because denial is so strong. A person has to finally accept, like, I have this issue. But at a certain point, when we accept it, we're in acceptance of it. It's not all of who we are. It's a part of who we are. Right. And getting to that place of, like, who am I? What am I? Is a lifelong journey, but eventually, hopefully, a person gets to, like, the core of who I am. I have a sense of.
Right.
And yeah, I can meet someone who's flashing, exciting, or I like a lot, and maybe I get, like, blinded for a moment, and then I can, like, come back and know who I am.
Right. The intimacy, right? The sort of that you sort of work on, I think, right? Is there an intimacy with the self?
Yeah, that's where it starts. I think, and that's that's our tagline. Intimacy with others begins with intimacy with yourself. Like, if I can't look at all the parts of me, the good, the bad, the ugly, I sure as hell am not going to let you see them. I'm not going to let anyone see them if I can't face them. So only by really being able to be honest with myself about all the parts, not just the parts I might present on a date or a business interview or a telethon webinar, but the parts of myself that I am embarrassed about, I feel the most shame about, like, to be able to accept those. I don't want to be that all the time, but I own that they're part of me. And then if I can do that, then I can probably allow other people in too. But until then, I'm going to have all these walls up that are going to keep them out, because I don't want them to see this.
So how do I break the barriers with myself first, right? How do I, because we talked about Harriet was on before and said, right, when we're talking about, right, sort of the as you just mentioned, right? So not just the part that I want to show, not just the good, right, but also the darker, the shame, the guilt, right? Like how do I integrate, right, thing, which is very interesting for me, right? So like talking to all these people in a row, because the messages seems to get right to like so close to each other around
Yeah.
this sort of this seeking wholeness of it,
Right.
right? But how do I know, right? How do I know who I am, right? What are the steps I need to do to sort of try to figure this out?
I think that it starts with emotional literacy.
Hmm.
Like for many of us, especially men, but also some women, we're so disconnected emotionally. So learning to know, what am I feeling at any given moment? Because our feelings are what part of who we are. So if, for example, when I lived in Florida, the same person from Seattle, we moved to Florida. She hated Florida. This was 1994, 3. So I hated Florida. Then we moved up to New York, and a couple of years later, we weren't together anymore. I went back to this same spot in Florida. I was like, this is beautiful. I love this area. And I realized all I did was I took on what she said because I didn't know what I felt, actually. I wasn't aware or in touch with it. So I think first, emotional literacy, learning how to get in touch with our own feelings. Then also the next thing, which is hard, being able to share them, to show them to someone else, to ask for our needs, our wants. And then after that, getting in touch with that allows us to start to know who we are and being, I think, quiet, getting quiet, connecting to our body a lot, whether it's meditation, whether it's just sitting, whether it's having a cup of coffee that tells you that you drink, and before you do anything, you go down the list of the checks on the back of the cup of coffee. That for $56 is available, right?
Oh, okay. There you go. $56. That's all there. You get the coffee.
Right. And for
and a logo. It's really double.
And for double it, they get coffee with the mug with you. And
more than double that. I think it will be more than double. But if you want to have coffee with me in this mug thing, you have to give a lot more of that. But if you give a lot more, I'm happy to do this. Although for you, Gary, anytime.
Yeah, so I think that like learning how to get to really know what's true for ourselves, what our truths are, and or whatever, like what do I know to be true? And what's and how it feels in my body. I think our bodies will always be telling us information if we can slow down to listen to them. So for example, if you've ever sat, you meet someone, your body's telling you information about how you feel about them right away. Like danger, right? Like somebody's like making your skin crawl, or someone makes your have butterflies in your stomach, or someone's like or you feel your heartbeat faster and you're being funny, like for a whole range of emotions, our bodies are reacting constantly. So it's feeding us information and learning how to reconnect to ourselves, because I think we're trained to be up here more, especially Jews, right? And so to go from here down into our bodies allows us to know what's true for ourselves.
So I love that on so many levels. One, as this sort of like starting point of to listen to yourself, right? To create the quiet, right? To create the ability to listen. And it's interesting because I don't know if, right, but you asked about like how do I feel? I think so many people don't really know how they feel. Right. If I had like, right. And I use, I'm sure you do too. I use like a feeling wheel, of like, oh, and when I see it, but actually recently I've been using this feeling wheel that actually has body sensation on it.
Those are great. Yeah. And so there's all different types of, words or schools of thought or ways to connect to your body. It can be a feeling wheel. It can be meditation. It can be, they have modalities of therapy like somatic experience, like Mike mentioned, sensory motor psychotherapy. They're all AEDP, advanced accelerated dynamic psychotherapy. They're all modalities that are geared towards getting out of here, because we have all the answers here. But when
Right.
when we react emotionally, we're reacting from here.
Right.
That's why we all give great advice.
Right.
And then when something happens to us, that advice goes out the window. Because
Right.
it's our nervous system and the things that are stored on an emotional level that shuts off it's sometimes our cognitive abilities, and we're reacting, which in an extreme version is addiction.
Right.
Right? Like that built-in forgetter, as they talk about in recovery, right? So my brain goes offline. I think to myself, maybe whiskey and a glass of milk will be different this time, and I won't go back into the institution that I just got out of an hour and a half
Right.
ago. That's when this part of the brain is shut down, and we're coming from a completely different part of our body and brain.
Yes. No, I think that's super important, especially when we're talking about sort of like relationship and intimacy and finding way, because right, it's so easy to lose ourselves to both what society thinks we should be doing, but also in the relationship of others. Right. It's so easy to get lost
Yeah.
in how we feel towards others and not how we feel towards ourselves.
Right. And also for many of us who are so hungry for connection,
right,
the qualifications of what we're looking for in a partner, we might not say it, but what really is if they like me,
right,
then I like them. Right. And so all the things like, do I want this type of person or that type of person, this or that, like what feels good to me is kind of pushed to the side because like they like me, and we're so craving to feel seen and to feel, because we develop our sense of self as babies by being seen by our parents.
Right. And I think it's so many times, and I think because it relates to recovery as well. It's like so many times when the situation by which when we figure out, oh, they like me when I'm like, drunk and making jokes and, and like I'm fun, or when they like, right. So I want to perpetuate, right. I want to perpetuate because they won't like me if they know that I can't afford this. They won't like me if we don't drink together, or if we don't shop, like, right. So like,
or if I'm the good son or the good daughter, then I get love. Or if I'm the good student, then my parents love me. So then I found a way to get seen, to get noticed, to feel loved. But then that's an adaptation, right? And so then that adaptation becomes maladaptive. And so I only know how to feel love by achieving, and eventually that feels empty.
Right.
Or I get seen by being the class clown until it works against me.
That's right. And by the way, for Michael Road, George Haas is a good friend of Chuba Center. And if you go to our Tattoos and Torah, there's an episode with George Haas, which is pretty cool. So yes, we love George Haas and his work. Absolutely. Gary, so right, we have a few more minutes. We asked this from everybody. So like, if you had a tool or a takeaway to take towards the holiday season, which is so difficult, especially in relationships and families and loved ones and whatever, like what tool or takeaway would you suggest to people sort of consider or think about as we move into the holidays? In 15 words or less.
No, I could feel that. Well, I can tell for me, I've learned that when I go back and I'm with my family, I get very quiet. I've had other people tell me, and then now I see it myself. If I go back with my parents, my siblings, I'm not the same person I am with friends or at work or in my life, in my life. Right. And there's reasons for that. And so part of it is also, I slide back into how they see me. They may still see me as that 11-year-old who was very difficult on the cross-country trip for 3 weeks, or they may still see me as the 20-year-old who knew best and told everybody how to live their life. And so when people see me that way, if I'm not connected to myself, I morph and fall back into those places. So a lot of times in recovery, especially in ACOA or in therapy, we talk about connecting to your inner child. I find that if you're around family, connecting to your functioning adult is very helpful. Like to remember, wow, I run a business. I like have healthy relationships. And so because maybe they don't see that part and because they've locked me into how maybe other parts, only certain windows of me, but to connect to all the things I do that function in society. I'm sober, I'm in recovery, I have this and that, like, and connecting to that helps me stay who I am and not fall back into how I'm seen by other people or my family.
Would you suggest to people to make a list, to write a little card, so remind themselves, like,
I think
my
that's a
own-
great idea. They can make a list. They can do it as a meditation. Like instead of meditating to connecting to your inner child, like meditating, connect to your functioning adult self. That, like we all have areas in our lives where we like, are succeeding, are thriving, are striving. And so either write it down if that helps, or like take a few moments to like even picture like the same thing you would do if you did some kind of inner child work where you picture that younger version of you. Picture like the adult with swagger, the guy who's doing whatever, or the woman who's doing whatever you do that feels, that is empowering, and connect to that, because that's true, that is true for you.
Excellent. Gary, thank you. Thank you for spending some time with us, and for your wisdom and for your friendship and your support always to us. Again, if you guys want more, Gary, like as we said, is the founder of the Center for Intimacy Recovery. I'm sure we'll see each other more on Chuba Center. And
yes, and I'm so grateful for you again for everything that your organization does.
And I'm really grateful for you as well in our friendship. So Chag Sameach. Thank you.
Okay.
Great guests so far, guys, everyone. Again, so if you want to send this to people Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, all these places where we are now at 6,000, over 6,000. Yes. Wow. Almost, $6,000. We're above 60% of what we want to raise towards our $10,000 thing. We have 2 more hours for this, so plenty of time to donate, plenty of time to send this to people for donation. Again, thank you for Rabbi Rachel keeps putting stuff in the chat for how to donate, but also how to share with your friends, for all the comments and everything, and everything that we do. And again, if you want $56, you can get the mug. We have a mug. We also have the hoodie. Oh, Grace, there you go. Ta-da! We have a hoodie. Here's the mug in white as well. It comes in black and white. So here's the hoodie designed by our very own creative director, Ben, who's on here as well. It has 2 of our most sort of core tenets of who we are. Why fit in when you can belong? Who needs to fit in? Fitting in means you need to make yourself smaller or bigger or taller or thinner, whatever, or richer or smart in order to this. Like, this is a Tshuva Center. You come as you are. You belong. As Lori said before, right? Come without any fear of saying, hey, I messed up. It's okay. Or I've done something really great. That's also okay. Just come, belong. You don't need to fit in. We want you. So, if you've never fit in anywhere else, or you don't, or you're slightly different, or you're just a person, come with us. This is where you belong. And on the other side of the sweatshirt, where are you now? The sweatshirt. On the other side of the sweatshirt is a design that we've done around. There you go. Around who we are, and also it has the 2 sayings that we take from Rabbi Bunim of Shischa, which is a person should have in his pockets 2 notes. In one pocket, it should say, there should be a note that says, I am nothing but dust and ashes. And in the other pocket, it should say, the world was created for me. And when somebody is too lowly, you should bring up the note that says, the world was created for me. I am the center of creation. And when you're too haughty, right, you should pick up the note that says, I am but dust and ashes. There you go. It's a really cool design. It says B'Tselem. It says, right, in the image of God that we were creating Tshuva Center. It's very, very cool. Great. Thank you for that. So you can have those 2 notes not even in your pocket, just on your sweatshirt. So you're good.
And Iggy, how much do people have to give to get a sweatshirt?
I don't know.
$90.
$90. If you give $90, you get a sweatshirt, right?
Exactly.
And later on next week, you'll be able to buy these things as well, right? This is all.
Yes, but now you can get one as part of your donation.
That's right. That's right. And we'll send it to you, and there'll be a note, and you can have some swagger. Speaking of swagger, speaking of the most swagger ever, right? The person who is joining us now, right? I kept saying this for the podcast as well, the person with the best Instagram handle ever, Mindfulness Megan. Hello, Megan Stewart.
Hi.
I mean, purple hair, who cares? Like that's swagger. Hello, Megan. For those people who don't know Megan, again, check out our podcast together. Check out her Instagram. Megan is a certified L2, level 2 unified mindfulness coach. She is located in Ottawa, Canada, right? And you recently launched, right, Mindfulness Educator Program as part of the new teacher induction program for the Ottawa Catholic School Board. She has been featured on CBC as one of the 10 women in the Ottawa area building community by supporting and promoting wellness. And again, I cannot stress enough like how people should go to the podcast and listen to it, because conversation with Megan, every time I have a conversation with Megan, I feel smarter, I feel more connected, and I feel more into sort of this idea of sort of wellness, because some people just exude that. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Mindfulness/wellness, Megan.
I'm just taking everything in that you said. It was very kind, very heartfelt. So I
mean
really,
every word of it. I
really appreciate it. Yeah, I feel the same way when I connect with you. Every time I talk to you, I feel like I am also smarter, and I'm also learning so much, especially because there is a lot of misinformation and stigmatizing around recovery and substance abuse and addiction in general. So your holistic approach, what the Shuva Center offers overall is incredibly enlightening. It is honestly a breath of fresh air in a sea of other attempts to address what you're addressing. Your approach is very refreshing, and I can only imagine, how much more is going to continue to come out of this as you are doing some incredible things with some resources that you have now on site, supporting many different facets of anti-oppressive recovery programming and holistic approaches that are inclusive to all and everyone that may be experiencing these things. So I'm grateful to even be considered to be a part of this conversation today. And I'm very grateful to see that people are donating and supporting this. It's very necessary, very necessary. The pandemic has been, I know in Canada, and Iggy and I talk about this all the time, Canada, the States, like we're seeing the same disconnection. We're seeing the same need for connection from everyone, and the need to be interdependent in a healthy way, and the recognition that the isolation that we may sometimes put ourselves in and also just be in because of these circumstances is incredibly debilitating to mental health.
Right.
Yeah.
We're done. That's really, but like, I think that is so on point in the sense of not just the kind words for us, but like that the pandemic has, I think, kind of pulled the wool, whatever, the blanket, whatever you want to call it, off the eyes of so many people who still want to kind of cover themselves up, but sort of like the isolation, the pain, the lack of inclusivity, right? The lack of our ability to connect, right, is at the core of what's going on, right? And so there's in many ways, right, there are so many pandemics happening at the same time, right? There's the COVID pandemic, but there's the loneliness and isolation pandemic, right? And then there is, of course, the addiction pandemic, right? That sort of, and they're like everything, they're always interconnected, right? When we don't see people as people, when we don't see that we all suffer, that we all have loneliness, that none of us are perfect, that right, that sort of that we all mess up, that we're not all good boys and good girls or trying to be good, right? And it's sort of like, it's amazing that it took this pandemic to even start kind of pulling that kind of veil out, and it still needs to happen because we're still in it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. The pandemic started with COVID-19, or the novel coronavirus, in March of 2020. And then George Floyd's murder really struck the world differently, not just the States. We felt it in Canada similarly.
Right.
Something that as the Afro-Black Caribbean community have felt every time we've seen it, but
Right.
it seemed now to trickle into intersecting identities. And then, that created another awareness of a pandemic-like situation that was happening around social justice in the background as well. And, you and I had such a good chat on the podcast. So there may be some repetitive content in here that you'll be hearing. But one of the biggest things that has been evident, I think, Iggy, you can agree as well, is this reductionism that happens when we are really focused on just one identity that we may have. So yes, I am a woman that, cisgender woman that identifies as a multiracial with an African, Caribbean, Black heritage, but I am also a human being, and I am also not even a but, and I am also a human being with all these intersecting identities and all this wonderful humanness within me. And that gets lost in reducing ourselves to a racial identity only, or a gender only, or a sexual orientation only, or a religious group only. And then we stop being able to see ourselves in others. We stop being able to empathize and say, hey, how would I feel if I was being othered in this way? Or how would I feel if people just saw me as quote unquote an addict, or someone that has substance abuse with mental illness? Like how would I feel if people just saw me as the disease, right? Because that is one aspect of it.
Right.
And there are so many wonderful things about our humanness that, yes, when we feel all the deep feels, and trust me, I'm a Cancer, I feel all the feels all the time, very deeply. We all can get into avoidant behaviors and avoidant patterns, and our addictions all look different. They all look different. Maybe it's emotional addiction. Maybe it's addiction to toxic relationships, to femininity and masculinity that falls under an oppressive system of patriarchal views. Maybe, and so we're all struggling with some level of learned behaviors, not our full identity, but learned behaviors that we're either choosing to reschool, or that we are stuck in a pattern and a cycle of trying to navigate the world with our own internal battle and weather system that is in turmoil. Right. And so that empathy of being able to say, hey, when have I been in that type of a weather system? When have I been in an internal hurricane myself? Because ain't nobody on here can say that they've never been in an internal hurricane. Nobody in the world can say that they may deny and say that, but everyone has experienced suffering on some level or another. And that's where mindfulness really opens our eyes, is what is the suffering we're facing, and what are the tools? Like, how do we actually pay attention on purpose to be able to look at that with a very empathetic, a compassionate, we call it equanimity in mindfulness. So with a lens that doesn't immediately attach our whole identities to this one piece of suffering that we may be experiencing, because we are so much greater than that suffering. That suffering is for me, often it sounds sometimes crazy for me to admit this, because when I'm in the suffering, I'm like, this is going to take me out. I'm done. This is it. I don't know if I'll come out of it. And that is where I start to birth like the deepest compassion. That is where I'm creating content from often. And you hear this about musicians, you hear this about artists, like we know the birth process of human beings as well. There's contractions. It's dark. There's some contractions that are happening, right? For that rebirth to occur. We know plants come from soil and there is darkness for it to erupt into the earth. And so the darkness, that suffering, is often the birthplace of the most incredible things if we can get the support and the tools. And this is why I love what Shuva Center does. You're giving that holistic approach to it. It's not, let's just focus on this one thing from this one angle. It's, let's focus on all the aspects of being a human being that could be impacting you.
Right. No, I mean, it's funny because there's so many things sort of like that, sort of like it dovetails in so much we do. And more importantly, right, it's like in our tradition, in Jewish tradition, that when, and I'm reducing it, but like when God wanted to create the world, he said, well, I'm God, I'm everywhere. Like there's no room, anything else. So God had to go through this mystical process called the Tzimtzum, which is he had to reduce himself. He had to contract himself to be able to create space for humanity to exist, right? And in that sense, without contracting ourselves, without the pain, there is no growth, right? There is no growth without it. And as you said before, I also sort of like feel so so deeply that sort of we are, so many of us are reduced to this, right? Like how many times people have just gone by the person on the corner, right? The homeless person on the corner who may or may not be using drugs, and they're like, oh, he's an addict, I'm not going to give him money, he's going to use it for drugs or cigarettes, right? How many people have we seen somebody of color or whatever, and we cross the street because we're afraid that they will attack us, right? Because that's what, right? That seems like right what they do. And sort of like, and it's like how ridiculous those notions are in the sense of like reducing. And the antidote to that, as you just said, is seeing ourselves in others, right? So like facing ourselves, right? So like how many times have I felt, right, sort of like marginalized or in the dark night of the soul or the hurt, like, right, all these things, and that, right? And then when we don't allow ourselves to do so, that's when we really miss the mark for ourselves. That's where we really sort of like marginalize others and ourselves, right? This is an internal process just as much as it's an external process, right? And the hate we must, the hate that we toxify ourselves with, and how it comes out towards others, and the intersectionality of all these things. And it's one of the reasons why I love the work that you do, right? And mindfulness and the education of it, of like to seek equanimity, not by erasing, right, our tribulations, not by erasing, but like to be aware of it, to bring it to the surface, right? To speak of the multiple facets that we hold, right? And as you said, we talked about this in the podcast, but like, right, that yes, I'm a white cisgendered male, right? But I don't live in those brackets, right? I don't even live in the ones that like in the immigrant or the gay or the father or the whatever. I live in the spaces in between, in the hyphenated identity, right? Because I don't really fit into any of these boxes, right? I fit into this sort of whole thing, right? And how in recovery we have to accept those. We have to accept that we have shame, that we've done things we're not proud of, that we're just humans, that we might be doing our best, that we might have been, shitty to other people, right? That's sort of that's also part of me. And as much as I like, right, I'm a rabbi and I'm like, sometimes, right, I'm not the best father. Sometimes I'm not the best friend. Sometimes I too get annoyed, right? And sort of like, right, like, right, we all have those things, and that's okay.
We're not always we're not always one hat, Right. So if I put on my mindfulness coach hat, that doesn't mean that I'm not snapping at my daughter right. when I'm tired or when I'm having a hard time self-regulating. It doesn't mean that I'm the best partner to, in my romantic relationships. It doesn't mean that my whole life is mindfulness as this gentrified version of it that looks like always being in peace and love and, wearing fancy Lululemons and singing Kumbaya. And hoping for the best, and that toxic positivity that we're sold, right? Around it.
Spiritual bypassing.
That's it. It's recognizing that, it's recognizing that our anger can be righteous as well. And that really the goal is to accept ourselves in every state. Right. And every part of ourselves, and to accept when we are even struggling to accept ourselves. Right. And that's where that equanimity skill comes in. So if we're practicing it constantly in formal meditations and formal practices, then when we get into where the real work is, into the real life situations, then we're able to transfer that off of the cushion into those events, those experiences. So you're there in a situation where you notice you have a bias.
Right.
Or you notice that you're making an assumption, right. Or but the only way you're going to notice, metaphorically, like to pop the hood, right, of the car to look into the engine, is you got to actually do that. So right. We have to actually do that within ourselves. And mindfulness teaches us how to turn towards ourselves, right. To get clarity from a sensory perspective, like what am I hearing in my inner chatter? What am I seeing? What am I feeling? Right. And then to add that equanimity to it at the end to say, okay, cool. I just noticed I had a discriminatory or racist or negatively judgmental thought or belief or maybe even a trauma response show up. Sometimes we can catch it and then respond. Sometimes we're just reacting from it and we recycle it, meaning we go back and take an opportunity to reflect on it and go, yeah, I could have probably handled that a bit better. Let me explore with curiosity what was showing up for me so that I can continue to be aware and make that a part of my goal. Angela Davis talked about in an interview once about how self-care and self-love is incredibly important in activism. And I couldn't agree more. The sentiment of it ultimately is, there is no way that we can be out in our communities doing social justice work, which really is not a Black thing or a racialized thing or an LGBTQ two-spirited thing. It is an every human being thing.
It's a human thing.
It's a human being thing, right? The only way we can do that effectively is if we're taking care of ourselves, if we're loving ourselves radically, if we're taking time to rest, to self-regulate, and to honor our truths and our authentic selves. If we are constantly believing, I know this specifically speaking to a lot of Black women, but it's good for anybody else to hear this as well, where we take on this role that is a conditioning that we are like martyrs, that we need to be the ones that are, if you look at every social justice movement, there's a lot of Black women behind these movements, right? And yes, it's important to be in those movements in certain ways, but there are other roles in those movements. And it's not just our responsibility. Another way is me showing my daughter that the movement isn't me being out in certain situations. The movement is me taking 30 minutes to meditate every day, to prioritize myself, to say, hey, our communities are very important, but this is my role in the community, is to take care of me so that intergenerationally, we stop believing we need to take care of everybody else first, right? And we need to take care of ourselves.
That's right. And I think that is so important, because I think that's, again, one of those great intersections of the work of social justice, but also recovery, which is the true self-care. Not like I'm going to sit on my couch and watch TV because I'm self-care. I mean, that's also good for some, but you know what I mean? But like the true self-care, really, it comes from a place where you can say, I don't need to always take care of others to prove that I'm engaged in justice. Justice also means that I'm going through my action, say that I'm worthy of taking 45 minutes to meditate, that I'm worthy to stop. I'm worthy to feed myself, to spend time with my family, to laugh, to enjoy, right? Because I don't need to always be taking care of others or saving the world or whatever it is, right? So that is the sort of the Lego blocks that we build things from, right? And that's what our children see, and that's what the younger generation needs to see as well, right? There's, like you said, there's room for rage and justice and indignation, 100%. But what a tremendous political statement it is to exist in this
it's a birthright. It's your
right?
birthright to just be well.
But to
And
say that, right? But I think I think that for people like us, right?
Yep.
It is also now political. Say like, I'm going to stop and I'm going to meditate because I am worthy,
Yep.
right? And no matter what you say, you're not going to take that from me.
Because think
Right?
about how powerful it is.
Right.
Psychological slavery, right? So how pervasive and psychologically violent it is to convince people that this is their role, this is the only way you can think, this is the only way you can, this is all that you can believe, this is the only way you can see yourself. So think about how psychologically violent that is to and intergenerationally, right? We still see the effects. You still see the effects of in Canada, the Indigenous communities are still seeing the effects of the residential schools, right? And you're seeing that also in, well, all of Turtle Island, so in the States as well. You're seeing the effects of being an enslaved African in many parts of the world still intergenerationally, and how we show up to ourselves and our worthiness. We see this generation after generation after generation. You see this in substance abuse, the escapism, the avoidant behaviors, the damage it does psychologically, the suffering, the immense amount of suffering. What behaviors. What a powerful oppressive tool to recognize psychology and how to use psychology in that type of way.
It's
to understand how
if I convince you that you have no worth, I don't need to do anything else. You will do whatever I want.
That's it. Because then you're living those stories, those beliefs, that conditioning,
and you'll give it to your children and their children. I don't need to work anymore at this, right? I've convinced you that somehow you're less than, done and done, right?
So now, imagine how empowering it is.
That's right.
For us as individuals to wake up,
right,
and say, and I say wake up because I'm referring to enlightenment. So we wake up and we go, whoa, I can think differently about myself. About meditating, about my mental health, about my well-being. I can think differently about people, about life,
about myself,
about everything.
I no longer need to carry the shame and the guilt for the things I've done, but it could be the engine. Jeremy talks about, he's coming up next of this, being the engine of my change, right? The ability to think about that rock bottom stops being rock bottom, but it stops being the moment that I recognize that I'm worthy and I'm going to stop behaviors that harms myself. What?
That I am not the behaviors, that they're behaviors that I've learned, which means I can learn new ones.
That's right.
I can reframe those. I can reschool myself around these. I am not my behavior. I am not my addictions.
That's right.
I am not.
That's right.
You know,
that's right. That's the beauty of all these sort of intersections, right?
Yep.
We have a few more minutes. So we asked this everybody who's coming on tonight. What if you had a tool or a takeaway, right? Because we're moving into the holidays, if we haven't started already, right? Moving into the holidays, which is so difficult for so many people, both around drinking and behaviors, but also family and my behaviors, right? I know that even me, right? If I go to my parents' house, right? So like it takes about, 18 minutes before I'm treated like the 18-year-old when I left, right? So I'm like, right. If you have a tool or how do you deal with, with sort of the holidays and what it may bring?
Yeah. I mean, I probably can give maybe a few, because I don't think it's so linear. What I would say is to prepare yourself for the holidays, have maybe a personal directory. So I do I'm very visual. And so I like to do almost like a brainstorming version of this. So I'll put a word in the middle, like joy or love. And then what I'll do is for that day or a couple days or even that week, I will bubble out from that main bubble all the things as I'm walking around that bring me joy or love. And then what I do with that is I post it. I'll either take a picture on my phone, so I'll go back to that, or I'll post it somewhere where I can see it. And then I look at those things so that when I start to feel like my self-regulation is being challenged, and those depressive patterns, depressive thought patterns, sensory signals start to really drown me is I'll go back to this directory of things that bring me joy. So that's one way, is that I'll pick one of those things, or I'll take the top 10 or the top 5, and I'll keep only that list around and refer to the big list if those get exhausted and they're not working. The challenge, the other side of that, is that can be a challenge, is then if you aren't getting the sensory signal, so the somatic body sensations and the emotions from going to that list, then we can turn negative towards ourselves and say, well, why can't you just feel better? Why can't you just, that toxic positivity? Well, just feel better. These things should just work, right?
Don't choose your unhappiness.
Yeah. So on the other side of that, I would say, if mindfulness is a tool that can work for you, whether it be dancing meditations, walking meditations, seated meditations, find what works for you. The power here is, if that joy list isn't working, that love list isn't working, finding equanimity and saying, okay, let me just turn towards and let me just notice what's going on with me. This is showing up. Okay, I'm aware of it now. Knowing this, is this the best time for me to go into like a deep conversation with a family member that triggers me, or to walk into a certain situation, or to go, maybe it's just a day I Netflix and chill, or maybe gaming is a way to have a short escape that brings you joy, right? Where you can also just be at peace and accept today's a shitty day. Today's a shitty day. Tomorrow's a shitty day. Going into this dinner or whatever it is with my family feels shitty.
It's okay.
So I would say having both angles will support you a little bit more.
I love that. It's okay. It's just a day. It will change tomorrow, feeling there. So thank you for that. And thank you for this, right? So thank you for the time together. Again, I cannot stress enough, go to our podcast again, Tattoos and Torah. There's an episode with Megan there where we speak a lot more about this. And you can have more of this really awesomeness. Megan, always a pleasure. I'm sure we'll talk soon. Happy holidays. Chag Sameach, everybody. Thank you. The next on our agenda here, and again, just an update for you guys, right? We are close to 65% of our goal, over $6,000 raised. Way to go. Continue showing this to people, share this with people. We want to get to 10,000 in the next hour and a half. Please do. If we get to 10,000 in the next hour and a half, right, we are going to get actually 15,000, because we have matches for everybody. So we have over $5,000 of matches. So double your power. So if we get to 10,000, it actually means 15,000, which means more direct services for everybody. I didn't say that before. I wanted to say it before. I've donated $1,000 to this campaign. Everybody should donate to this campaign. I believe in this campaign. I believe in what we do. And because I don't just believe in our what we do, but I believe in the people that are doing the actual work. Our next two people who are going to talk about what we do is Jeremy Poole, which you've seen before. He's the director of counseling here at Tshuva Center, and Benjamin Lichman, who is our creative director, who is in charge of a lot of what you see and how we use the language of sort of creativity, artist in recovery, all our creative endeavors at Tshuva Center is all under Ben, of course. This is also a good moment just to recognize, right? Everybody else is on the call who's working with us, right? Rachel and Heather and Grace and Vivian. And Ben, who was here before as well, and of course Joe, who's here. All the people who are helping create this day and make this day really, really special for us. So I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Jeremy and Ben, who are going to talk about Tshuva Center recovery and sort of like, how is it different? What is the secret sauce of Tshuva Center? I'll be back online soon. Again, share this with people, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram. No, not Instagram. Anyway, all the platforms. YouTube. Thank you, YouTube. All the platforms to do this. It's been a long day. All the things to do this. So that we can share with more people and help more people. Every dollar counts for this Giving Tuesday. And we'll be back a little later on with two more guests, with Rabbi Mark Borovitz and with Adel Bainey. So Jeremy and Ben, nice to see you. I'll leave you in the capable hands.
Thank you, Iggy. What's up, Jay?
What's the sauce, man?
What's the secret sauce?
But
What's the sauce?
the truth is, I think I think we're both examples of that, because we've both experienced like where this little mission started from, or where it's like ideology, and where it's like community, and we both are products of Beit Shuva, which is our sister organization in Los Angeles, successful 30-year program that Harriet, a wonderful, wise woman, the powerful speaker, and just her idea on the human condition is something that we both had the benefit of receiving, as well as later Rabbi Mark, who's will come on, is another individual that we both had the benefit of learning and experiencing what the community style of healing and recovery can be. So how would you sum up like what makes us different at the Teshuvah Center?
I'm telling you, so it's true, right? You and I are some of the lucky ones that got to experience that Shuva, right? And all that it does for people and the community that they created out there, the incredible community, and life-saving and transformative and inspiring and all of those things. What's interesting is that for me, for a very, very long time, the way that I tried to tap into recovery was solely through the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous, which plays a huge part in my foundation and how I found recovery. But I was in and out of the rooms for a long time. And the thing was this, and this is one really vital piece about Bet Shuva, is that before I ever got to Bet Shuva, I was able to kind of weasel in and out, right? Like I would go into the room, I would sit in the back, I wouldn't talk to anybody, right? I would grab some coffee, grab some cookies. I was hoping to get this through osmosis. I was like, if I just sit around a bunch of other alcoholics and addicts and people in recovery, eventually it's gonna just seep into my system, right? And I'm gonna get sober and I'm gonna be in recovery. It didn't work that way. And I struggled for a really long time. When I was able to get out to Bet Shuva and I went through the process and I met everybody, right? It's even just like the connection that Jeremy and I have, right? I met Jeremy, he was working there. And he and I bonded actually through creativity, right? We loved just, getting together. He would come to my room. He would be checking everyone at the end of the night, making sure we're all in bed. And he would come in the room, we'd throw some beats on, and we would just freestyle together. I'm a horrible freestyler, but it's a fun mental gymnastics, right? To try to just come up with these lines and just be creative and just be spontaneity and just that's how we bonded, right? And I met Jeremy and I met Iggy and I met Mark and I met Harriet and all of these people that once I was integrated into that world, and it wasn't just as simple as like, hey, I'm gonna walk in and kind of stand in the back and not really speak, because that's kind of my MO. When I get somewhere new, I just kind of want to stand back and I want to observe and I want to see who's doing what and what's happening over here, what's happening over there. And they really sunk their claws into be like, I wasn't allowed to be an outsider, right? I wasn't allowed to be made to feel like I wasn't important or that I didn't have a voice or that I didn't have a purpose, right? And I was supported in a way that I started to come out of this shell, right? All of these narratives that I had built throughout my life, just that had kept me in this cycle of destruction, we're slowly, it was fading away, because I felt love when I wasn't able to love myself, right? I was in the center of this community that was propping me up, that was holding me up, that was acting as this healthy mirror to allow me to see who the actual potential that was in me, that was far beyond just sticking the needle in my arm all day long, every day. Um, and so when I talk about that, right, and I think about the secret sauce, right? After I left Bet Chuva and I came back to New York and I was living here, I still couldn't escape the community, right? They would come out here and they would do conferences and they would speak. And Iggy started kind of having this idea to start Chuva Center. And they would call me and they'd say, "Hey, Ben, like, what are you doing? Why don't you come and speak and just speak on your time at Bet Chuva?" And I would go and I would see all these people from Bet Chuva. And I would go back every year when I would celebrate another year sober, another year sober, another year in recovery. I'd fly back out there. And just, I remember it's a feeling that I never experienced anywhere else, right? It was a feeling where I literally could walk in, be me, the whole me, right? The good, the bad, the ugly, the happy, the sad, the charismatic, the depressed, all of it. And it was okay to reconcile all of those differences and actually just be a whole, authentic person, right? And I could speak on recovery. I could speak on my pain. I could speak on my creativity. I could speak on a huge variety of topics, right? That maybe in other places you're just unable to kind of, you're not that you're unable, but that it's just, there isn't that much room for that openness, right? And then it goes a step further. Iggy reaches out and he says, "Ben, listen, we're doing this thing in New York. I want you to be a part of it. How could you see yourself fitting into this community and working here?" And I came up with something that I thought would really be meaningful for me, and he agreed to it, and now here we are, right? And it's like the community that literally breathed, that it gave me a breath of life, right? And it showed me that I mattered. It showed me that I was here for a reason, that I had purpose, that I had an intrinsic value. Right now, I'm able to build that with this beautiful team here, and to bring that to a whole new group of people, right? That haven't been able to experience what Jeremy and I have been able to, actually going in the Bet Chuva and through the pandemic and building this virtual community and seeing it grow and seeing everybody come and rally around and create this community that's just inspiring to me on a daily basis is it's really, really important. It's really important. And I think that within that community, within that that fellowship that we create, I believe that's a huge component and potentially the secret sauce that we speak of.
And it's something that you said really like stuck out to me, and like my experience of what really like I feel is what makes the Teshuva Center a unique space is that I was hired and I was given a job title and I still don't know what I'm supposed to do because I know how to come bring value. It's just like how you summed it up. It's like, what do you want to do in this community? And you got a job doing the stuff that you like, is being a creative, being the creative director. But not only are you a creative director, and not only am I a director of counseling at this facility, I get to be myself. Like the one thing that like it was cool interviewing Lori and Yona earlier is because what they shared is something I felt in my own experience going through my own change and my own recovery process. Is like I got to just be myself. I didn't have to worry about the assumptions that I've always carried as points of trauma, being like multicultural, being biracial, like feeling that your assumption of me kept me safe, so I would fit into what you assumed rather than learning how to be myself. And what this community does is it allows me, I facilitate groups, but I still don't know what that means. I get to come and talk about life. I get to talk about experiences that have helped me and helped enrich my own life, helped me see myself past my problems, helped me see myself past like the bigger mistakes that I've made. And again, it's about bringing our full selves. And the other part that I really love that you said is like what I know and what I've experienced, not only with community members, but like the staff that also like helps guide and inform the community, is being that healthy mirror. And the beautiful thing about being a healthy mirror is like your reflection of somebody's potential without ever telling it to them, because that's unkind. I can never tell Ben your potential because I don't know what happiness is for you unless I sit and have these type of conversations where I'm open, I'm putting my dreams and aspirations out there and seeing if it's can be received, and also have an open heart and understanding that like your success only strengthens the community. It doesn't diminish it. Like you flourishing, you having a new life, you creating a new world, welcoming in a new baby girl to the world, right? Like all of that is creating new life. And that's what I really think is so profound about how our recovery in approaching it in this holistic manner, how it truly is a holistic approach, because everybody, regardless of their role, which is something that like Harriet has like beaten into to me as somebody as a wounded healer, how can I always bring my soul to these conversations? How can I look past the I love what they were talking about in the earlier segment with Megan and Iggy about like that the how we box ourselves into these one little areas, right? So that's a little bit of what I feel is some of the real like essences of the Teshuvah centers, because you can go into any drop-in group, and what if you don't see the Teshuvah center, or you don't see a label that's identifying the role, you're there for the intention or the meaning behind whatever like drop-in group it is. So the creative group is about being creative and exploring that. It's not about me. I like to do spoken word or rap, but I have a space there. I can perform from that medium, like you with the digital design and all the other stuff as a musician. And you see all these people, a playwright, like Yona with his playwright, Lori with her art, and everyone with their art. Like that's what I think is what makes us so special. You heard someone willing to quit on something that was meaningful and inspirational to them. And now everyone's getting cards sent in the mail because she found herself again. How beautiful is that? A space where we don't box people into our ideas of who they are. We can actually close our eyes off. This is one of my favorite things to do, which is people, is what happens if I close my eyes and I actually just truly listen to the voice. I'm going to have an emotional reaction to something going on, but there's also something logical going on. And when I could put those two things together, I don't get so confused about other people's opinions of how I should feel. I can honor the moments of myself. I can honor the trueness in like, hey, this experience is joyful for me. This experience is inspirational. So again, that's where I really think, and like these types of conversations, they're not had enough, because conversations are the things that start to create change.
It's true. And it's just even to go a step further with the concept of just how we box ourselves in and we put these parameters around who we're supposed to be and how we're supposed to do it. Really unique part of Betshuva, and I've been to many different rehabs, treatment centers. There is a very specific modality that's used, right? And it's like, oh, you're gonna get sober through this way, like that. This is how it works. If you don't do it exactly like this, you're not gonna get sober. Here we have no opinion on which method it is that you need to find recovery, right? Recovery means that you find your way to living a life of meaning and purpose, right? Filled with passion, inspiration. You're fired up, right? That's what we're looking to gain with the people who come and work with us, and how I look for the benchmarks in my life to make sure that I'm staying on the straight and narrow, right? Because when I see in my own life that spark is fading, I know that I need to tighten up in my areas of my life to help me in my recovery. But that doesn't mean that what worked for me is going to work for the next person. And all I can do is be here and walk alongside whoever it is that comes to us and say, you know what, I'm going to support you in however your recovery looks for you, right? That's really, really important. And that's the special sauce as well, is that it's multifaceted, it's multidimensional, just as we are as individuals, right? It's also what our recovery looks like and what our process looks like. And you can talk to each person that comes to Chuva Center and ask them, you know, how are you in recovery? How are you sober? What does it look like for you? And you're going to hear a different way, right? And that's really unique. That's really unique. I mean, the truth is that I'm a Jewish kid that got sober in the Salvation Army, right? Which is a evangelical Christian program. And what they told me was this the whole time. I was there for a year, and they told me, you will not get sober if you don't accept Jesus, right? And that's really harmful for a lot of people. Thank God I was thoroughly beaten, right? And I really had hit that moment in my active addiction that I was willing to do anything to get out of it. And so I said, you know what? If I have to sit down and be told that I'm not going to get sober if I don't accept Jesus for 6 months, like, I'm going to find recovery the way that I need it, right? And I did. And thank God that I did. And you know what? I would never take away or dismiss what they provided me there. And what they provided me was a safe space to find my recovery, right? I had a space where I could sleep and I got food. But at the end of the day, you come to Juva Center, we're not shoving any one way down your throat, right? We just want you to find that life that is full of passion, full of purpose, full of meaning. What it looks like for Jeremy is totally different than what it looks like for me, but yet we exist together in this plane where we enhance each other's lives, right? In the same way, everybody that works here and everyone that comes to our groups and is part of this community actually enhance my life. Artists in Recovery, that group, I'm having a shitty week. I go in Artists Recovery and I come out fired up.
Yeah.
I come out fired up. But like they say, oh, Ben leads the group. I don't even lead the group anymore. I'm just a part of that group.
That's what I was saying earlier, is like I got a job title, but the job title doesn't describe actually what it means to be a part of this community. Is like I can be a leader with my experience because I became an expert of it finally. I finally was not willing to carry everyone else's understanding of what I went through, and I started to get curious. I think that's one of the most sacred places that you can in any change process that you're embarking on, is what happens if I stay curious rather than judgmental. I'm actually going to get more information, and then I can go to a place, if I'm neutral about it, and get away from like, I like or I dislike this. If I can stay in that neutral place of it, I can actually find truth and error in situations. I can see if this is a benefit or if this doesn't compute at this time. And as we grow, like we either stay stunned to repeat. I feel, in my experience and what I've seen people in recovery, you're stunned to continue to repeat until you grow. So it's like what I learned with myself, like aggression and that part of my life was a hindrance. And then when now, like, anger is a valid emotion, as is every other emotion that you experience. It's what we do after the fact that like starts to define these things. And that's what I learned. I was allowed to explore. I came to a community straight from prison, and I was the same, excuse my language, asshole that entered prison. And when I came, I was actually loved on. I was cared for. Like, there was crazier questions. People didn't assume because of the behavior I was a bad person. They allowed enough space for me to find that, like, start to ask myself why. That's one of the most important questions we can start to ask ourselves as human beings. And then I really want to touch on like something that Harriet said that I think will really helps us like stay true to defining like purpose for ourselves. And it was mentioned in a lot of the shares. There's a lot of synergy in like all the shares today. And that's on the fact of like, what am I being actually a servant to? Because we are like at life, I haven't found a way that I don't have to wake up and be responsible to nothing. Like my recovery awarded me responsibilities that like that award me a level of freedom that I hadn't experienced since actually like using drugs, because there was a level of freedom that came with that. I didn't have to deal with the problem. But now that I seen that the drugs could only get me so far past the problem, and it was only a minor solution, like, what am I being a servant to? And, you know, I always go back to, am I being a servant to my own personal intrinsic value? The thing you talked about earlier. Can I define my why? Can I find a way to show up to the world that's very personal, impactful to me? Because regardless of what any of us think, we are all examples for somebody. Mm-hmm. If we weren't, we would all have been granted our own little island with all the resources and everything we need, but it doesn't work that way. the more I believe in the collective spirit, and the more I understand, like I change the collective spirit by changing myself daily. Being more loving is an example for the next man that had some of my lived experience, that actually we don't have to stay in this level of hatred as long as we do. Right. I wanted to really like stay on theme and on topic with like how everyone was sharing kind of like a tool or technique or something that you've used personally in your own recovery, or a thought that may help you for like the toughness that holidays can bring, being in families, being around families, being around, walking back into broken narratives.
Yes.
Maybe you don't have new understanding of self yet. So what is stuff that helped you get from that first year to this next year, this you're just celebrating 5, which is amazing, man.
Well, it's funny you mentioned walking back into the broken narratives. We were all like sharing our Thanksgiving stories, and I was like, "What? Everyone's like, sounds like they had a really nice Thanksgiving." I was like, aren't holidays when you just get around a bunch of people that don't like each other and you just like deal with it for a few hours? Like that's what holidays are for me. But yeah, it is difficult, and like Megan was just mentioning earlier, like before walking into like that family event, it feels bad, right? Or it feels gross, or there's some type of resistance. And I'll say that a tool for me that I tried to bring to this community, and that why I developed Artists in Recovery, was that right, the creative process for me is something that I always lean into. It's something that has really, really allowed me and helped me to sustain my recovery. So it's with a lot of difficult feelings that I deal with. I process those things in my creative process, and my process has nothing to do with the end result, right? Like I create a lot of things that people never see, right? And I don't even really hold on to or have any expectation of what it's going to be in the end. It's in those moments where I'm feeling anxiety, right? Or I'm feeling overwhelmed, or I'm feeling like confused, right? There's a lot of thoughts going on in my mind. I'm future tripping. I'm worrying, oh, here comes the holiday. Here comes my family. This person doesn't get along with that. It's going to be a whole mess. And how am I going to find my peace in that, right? In that turmoil. And, so when I harness in and I ground myself into something such as creativity, what I find is that when I start to embrace these feelings and not run from them, right? Because my addiction was fueled by running from my problems, right? And running from my feelings. As soon as I had an inkling of anything, I would run in the opposite direction and do anything that I could to avoid it. So now that I'm in recovery, and I say this acronym a lot in AIR, and it's commonly used, that fear, right? The acronym. So when I was in active addiction, fear was fuck everything and run, right? And in my recovery, it's face everything and recover. So when I feel that hit me, I harness it, right? And I lean into those feelings. I lean into being uncomfortable. I lean into the anxiety. I lean into the pain. And I'm able to let it out in whatever medium in that moment I choose to use, whether that's in my graphic art or it's in my music. And it's really, the healing for me comes in that process, because I'm able to just slow my mind and I'm able to honor the feeling. Right. And being able to honor a feeling and say, it's okay to feel this way, right? It's okay to sit with this and to allow this to stew within me and see, where is it popping up? How can I release this in a healthy way rather than in a destructive way? So when I find myself in that place and I focus it into creativity, I'm able to release it, right? I'm able to release it because now it's a part of this thing that I can just let go, and I can just take whatever I just made. It doesn't even really matter. I could throw it out if I have to. But it's a really, really powerful tool for me. And it has really helped me sustain my recovery. And I'm grateful to have it,
Beautiful, man. Beautiful. I think now is we're actually gonna do some testimonials, I think, a reel. I have to look. I'm sorry.
Testimonial
Yes,
reel.
yes, we're going to show a short video.
All right.
Great. Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, everybody, for being here, and thank you for all your
Yes.
donations.
Thank you, Ben and Jeremy.
Grace, we can't hear the audio. Can you reshare with optimized for video clip, please?
And from then on, I was hooked.
Perfect, thank you.
Since then, I have attended dozens of classes and events put on by Teshuvah Center. Again, why should you care? Because Teshuvah Center brings Judaism and recovery together in life-saving and soul-saving ways. I have been in and out of 12-step rooms since 1976. Thanks to Rabbi Iggy, I now have the Judaism piece as well as the 12-step piece. I count on Teshuvah Center to be my spiritual gym. I visit my spiritual gym several times a week, thanks to the miracle of Zoom. I thank Rabbi Iggy and Teshuvah Center for improving my recovery and making a daily practice of Teshuvah. Thank you for caring.
Hi, I'm Jonas Scott Mendelson. I've been attending the Artist in Recovery group since December of 2020, and it came along right when I needed it. I just finished a big workshop earlier in December of a play that I'd first conceived of 30 years ago in college. That's a recovery story, isn't it? Work that takes decades to gestate. It's when I finish a big project or am facing needing to do work to take it to the next level that I'm most at risk in terms of recovery. That's when the trapdoor tends to fall out and I go into free fall. This year, however, I got an email in my box from Teshuvah Center about the Artist in Recovery group. I'd met Rabbi Iggy at Shavuot, where he was teaching back in the spring. And here it was, talking about the Artist in Recovery group. So I started attending, and it's been a lifeline. It's really become the anchor of my recovery and my practice. I go every week, and first of all, to have a space where both my spiritual languages, recovery and Judaism, I don't have to explain myself. We all are speaking the same language is such a gift. We can jump laterally, we can talk in images, we can make the leaps that we make and people follow the thread. To have a group of folks who get Judaism, get recovery, and get the intuitive thinking that is art and creativity, it's such a gift. So I want to thank Ben Lichtman and Jessica Cohen, who lead the group. I want to thank all the members who attend, and a big heartfelt thanks to Rabbi Iggy and to Teshuvah Center for convening this very unique space in New York. I don't know what I'd do without it, and I'm so grateful. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ruth. My false self was a codependent drug and food addict and a blocked artist. On August 17th, I will be celebrating 34 years in recovery, and my true self is a song and word artist. I began the Artists in Recovery program at the Teshuvah Center from their very first meeting on November 18th, 2020. From first hearing the slogan, "Why try to fit in when you can belong?" I was hooked. And never more did the slogan, "Connection is the opposite of addiction," manifest itself to be more true than when I joined the Artist in Recovery group. This is actually the first group where I feel that I finally found my tribe, where for most of my life, I never really felt like I belonged anywhere. I also attend the monthly pop-up Shabbats on Erev Shabbat and find them to be a delight. In closing, I'd like to share one of my poems with you. It's entitled, Before I Begin My Day. Before I begin my day, I know I need to pray. Thank God for restoring my pure soul. Then my body and soul feel whole. Thank God for a good night's sleep. Thank God I didn't oversleep. Thank God for the gift of life and a day not filled with strife. Before I begin my day, I check my inventory of yesterday. Do I need to make amends to any of my family, coworkers, or friends? Before I begin my day, I say step 1, 2, and 3. Said with all humility, I can't, you can, I think I'll let you. Before I begin my day, I make an action plan so I'm not led astray. Before I begin my day, I ask God to be beside me in all my ways. That attitude of gratitude goes a long, long way. I know that starting my day with a clean slate will make the rest of my day just great. I wish I could be there with you all, maybe next year. Shalom.
Hello, everyone. Back again. Our guest is about to come on. Well, we will highlight on, but an update. We're at 65% of our goal, you guys, with an hour to go. We have an hour to go to reach our goal of $10,000 for the fundraising this afternoon. We are 65% of goal. We're over $6,500 into our raising and our campaign. So again, join us, share this on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube, whatever. And then, for your donations, you can get this amazing mug, right? Here, I feel, Ado, I think you'll appreciate this mug. We made this mug. I don't know if you can see. Here you go. Right, it has these notches. Right, you pour the coffee at the beginning. So you pour it over here. Then, right, when you get here, you can start meditating. When you get here, you then can start finding gratitude. And only when you've had this, you can actually speak. Until then, you need to go inside and hold it. And then you can actually interact with the world. I love it.
I want one of those.
Yeah, exactly. Hello, my friend Ado. Welcome.
Hello, Rabbi Iggy. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming. So good to have you. For those of you who does not know Ado Bainey, right? In a world that often feels rough and uncertain, Ado believes that refining our lives in both big and small ways is an affirmation that no matter what, life's looking good.
That's right.
She does this via her lifestyle platform, lifeslookingood.com, where she shows individuals how to look and feel their best while exploring important life issues, proving that beauty begins on the inside and not just the inside. She elevates everything she does. Every time she touches anything, it's elevated. From interiors to exteriors to herself, to her life, right? And again, so Ado's been on the podcast. You can sort of see that she has her own podcast and her own lifestyle, and really, what is the amazing thing? One of the amazing things about this, and sort of how this intersection recovery and how I knew that I wanted you to come for our Giving Tuesday campaign is this immense deep skill or trait that you have, which is redefining yourself, reinventing yourself, finding yourself, and having a core of yourself no matter where your life has been. Because right, I don't think I speak out of turn. Like that's sort of like you and I started in a very similar community, right? Yeah. That is very different from the communities we live in right now, right? You're right. You're a good, from girl, ex-Chabad girl. you know?
Yeah. I mean, you know, when you're never really ex-Chabad. Chabad never really lets you leave, different to some of the other sects. But yeah, like completely
Hotel
different.
California
area.
of Jews. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. You know, I mean, you know all about it. I grew up in a really ultra Orthodox home, 5 children, in a very small, tight-knit community in a little town. And now I'm not practicing. I mean, I love, you know, Judaism. I love being Jewish. I have such a strong identity, but I'm not, you know, Orthodox anymore. So there was definitely a lot of reinventing that needed to happen and a lot of experiences along the way and bumps and married young, divorced young, remarried young, divorced young. And each time I had to really figure out what was next and figure out who I am outside of being Orthodox, outside of being a wife, you know, all of those things. So yeah, it's been a fun ride.
You know, it's what I think and what I admire about this is and like I said, is sort of through these trials and tribulations and young this and moving like right and even now within your life, right? So like even now, right, the children that you have and where they live and how you manage everything, right? You must have the thing that sort of that we try to give people, or try to give skills for people to find, which is like a strong core of self, right? Because no matter where you are, right? Well, there you are, but no matter where you are,
Yeah.
right? You're yourself, right? And what I think is interesting, especially in today's sort of world, right, and your social media and where you are, and here we are, Giving Tuesday, right, which is sort of like I always feel like Giving Tuesday should be the Tuesday before Thanksgiving, not after you've like right spent your money on your gift, right? And I know you've spoken about this in your own thing, sort of like no sale is really that important. I mean, like, right, don't rush into this fake emergency, right? There's no fake crisis, there's no crisis, right? There's no, this is not the sale to end all sales, but this ability of yours to sort of say, this is who I am. And I'm not, I mean, my surroundings may change, but so how do you nourish this core of you?
You know, it's so interesting because somebody asked me this exact question today about how do you find your most authentic self? I don't know if you saw, but for me, it's really about this inner child, right? Because we're born pure and we're born whole and perfect, and we have no doubts about ourselves. We think everybody loves us. We like children are born, they are just so fully self-expressed. They're proud of everything they do. Every art creation they do is the best. You know, they meet strangers and they feel immediately, this person loves me. They want to know me, right? Like children. And so just over time, you know, schools and teachers and parents and dynamics and community, things start to crack away and chip away at that. And for me, it's just always coming back to that inner child and just remembering that we really are, you know, who we are, who like our essence, our you know, our OG, I should say. And I just always tried to come back to that, you know, who am I outside of what my community believes about me? Who am I outside of like what my teachers or you know, community leaders? Because really we're all pretty amazing. So that's just what I try and do. And I try and remind people that, and the way I like to connect to it, because I've always been a creative person and I was always I'm not an artist, but I would say I'm artistic, is the way that I found joy and expression in that was just making things beautiful and setting beautiful tables or hosting events. So that's how I found joy from when I was very little and I moved around my bedroom and got older and older, and it just the way that my creativity changed. But I just always knew that that was just who I am, and the way that I expressed it was going to change. But so that's what I just try and do on my platform, is really help people identify like what is it that brings you joy. Don't worry about all the noise. What is it that brings you joy? Like, let's go back to that. And it might not look the same as me.
I would hope not, right? Because we all you read individual shows, but like,
yeah,
you know what I love about this, and I love about the message, and I think it's so important, especially as we sort of draw to the close, sort of this day of recovery is really about finding the self, right? It is about finding that thing that brings you joy, about finding those meaning, right? And all endeavors are valid, right? For some, it is interior design. For some, it is music. For some, it's giving. For some, it's teaching, right? And finding that thing. And I think that sort of so many of us lose that, right? We lose this along the way because we get battered. And that's when many times addiction comes in, right? Because we know that there's that inner child that wants to be the musician, the designer, the teacher, the whatever, but we squelch them, and that is painful. So we drink it away. We have sex it away. We gamble it away. We shop it away.
Of course. Yeah. It's funny. Like, I'll just give you an example. My sister's in law school, and she's such a brilliant mind, but she's not a great test taker. And her professors keep coming down on her, and, they're telling her this and telling her that. And she's like, I said, you just have to wait till you're out of law school, because right now they're getting to tell you who you are. But as soon as you're out of any sort of formal education, you get to tell the world who you are. And it's so, institutions are good at that. They tell you where you rank. They tell you what your grades are. We're graded, we're ranked, we're put in orders. And from such a young age, where it starts to make us diminish our belief about ourselves. Or, if you're an artist and you share your art with somebody and they don't respond the same way, you immediately, it starts from so small, you recoil, you don't want to share it. You start to hold it in. You don't tell people, people stop sharing what they do for a living. They change it, they tweak it, because they're, we all want to avoid that feeling of shame or embarrassment or not enoughness. So it's just, I want everybody to like feel that, what you're talking about, of just coming back to that true self, and with no shame, with just, that's why I really wanted to do this. I love what you're doing. I love all of this. And is this, I saw like you have a lot of artists, which I'm like, I perked right up. I'm like, oh, that's my favorite kind.
Yes, no, we have a group that is led by Ben Litchman, the creative director, which is called Artists in Recovery. And when we started thinking about this, because I was thinking like, right, a lot of recovery is about writing and journaling and I was like, but if you're an artist, that's not how you communicate, right? What if you want to communicate through your art, through your collage or your ceramics or your music, right? How do you, right? And I said, there's no real space for that to respond that way. And so we created it. We created that space, and it's this magical group on Wednesdays. Really, it really is, and it produces such amazing, world-class art. I mean, truly.
I bet. What an amazing space for
That's
people.
right, because it's authentic, and as you know, I'm a big art person, so I would admit at the beginning, I thought like, oh, I don't want it to be like, schwach art, right? Like I didn't want it to be like just sort of like, oh, look at this. But I'm constantly blown away by the level of artistry and precision and beauty and really tremendous sort of like talent that is there. Because I do think that sort of a lot of people in addiction are, and we said this before when sort of Harriet was on, they are seekers. I think that sort of artists are more sensitive than the average person. Yeah. And that sensitivity, when you can see the world for the magic that it is, but experience it for, pardon me, the shit that it is, it produces a pain. And I think artists just feel that pain, which is why there's such high prevalence between addiction and artistry. And, and it's really quite amazing. And it is, as Lori just said, it is a recovery community, a sense of community of love and support.
I love that.
But let me ask you, so like, right, because I think one of the things that's interesting is, because we talk a lot about sort of like outside and insides, right? And what do you tell yourself, like on days that sort of you're like, I hate, like, I have those days too, like I hate everything, right? Sort of like, I hate, don't talk to me, right? So like no amount of coffee can really, I will not talk, right? what do you tell yourself? How do you re-find that equilibrium? How do you re-find, like, you know what, I need to go back to core. Do you do something? Is there like,
Lately I try and do a little yoga if I feel that way. But some days I really just allow myself to stew in it, and maybe not all day. I think sometimes when you create this pressure, like I must get out of this mood, this is not good, that creates another level of angst when you're already having for lack of a better word, a shit day. Right. So sometimes I just allow myself to stew in it. I'm like, it's going to just be a bad day. I'm just going to have a bad day. Some days I try and do things, yoga or exercise or call a friend, but some days I just feel it. I don't really try and will it away. And then in doing that, kind of goes away.
Right. Because it's just a feeling. No, I love that. And I think that's really important, because we're all entitled to just have, a shitty day.
Yeah.
Or week, or month, or a year. Like, right?
Exactly.
Like we're allowed to have that time.
Yeah.
And I think it's important because then, as you said, we're not judging ourselves, right? We're allowing ourselves to just be.
Yeah. Because it's more the same, it's like this pressure that you always have to be happy, this pressure you always have to present a certain way. It's so, and because I am really always showing up to the public a lot, I really have to allow myself to just have days where I don't feel like doing any of that. And it's just, yeah. What do you do? What do you do when you're having a bad day?
That's a good question. We'll never have bad days. No, I can't.
I don't have bad days.
So I have my own sort of like meditation practices, sort of that I go back to. But I will almost always revert to practices of silence and solitude when I'm having a shitty day.
Okay.
Silence for me has been one of my best friends since I was a kid. And then later on when I learned how to do it sort of more professionally, but taking time for silence, for solitude, for meditation, that usually helps me refocus my energy. And like you said, and sometimes just not fighting it, just allowing it to be. But I will ask myself, why am I having a shitty day? I will ask myself, like, what is it? Because it's almost always either something that I've compared myself to, or something that I said to myself that I should be doing something and I'm not doing something else. It's almost always shame and guilt and judgment. Almost always. Not always, but almost always it has something to do with that. And when I'm able to refocus on like my own self-worth, it doesn't take away the crapness of the day, but it does allow me to sort of to know that I can sort of like spend that day, let it limit itself, and then tomorrow there'll be another day.
Yeah. I like that.
Yeah. But I'm one of those people that loves waking up in the morning.
Me too. I'm a morning person. That's why when you showed me the mug, I'm like, I don't understand, because I'm chatty before I even have my coffee. I mean, I'm everybody's worst nightmare. I'm just like, wake up and I'm like ready to go. Like, want to talk?
I know, it's funny. I have a story because I because I have a pretty elaborate sort of morning routine with like my meditation. So I don't talk, but one of my rituals is that I've made myself an espresso every morning for the past 30 years. And it's a very specific espresso, but like years ago when I was visiting, this is at least 15 years ago, visiting, and was my mother and my grandmother. And I woke up in the morning and I walked into the kitchen and the thing. And then my grandma's like, hi, how are you? How'd you sleep? Whatever. And I'm like looking at her, and my mother with the most disdain tone, she's like, he doesn't talk until later. Like, don't bother her. She won't talk, this girl. Right? And I'm like, was that necessary? Because that feels very judgmental.
Oh, that is so, I could so see that. How long do you not talk for in the morning?
A few hours.
Wow. Wow. So that is like a real meditative state.
No, silence. I mean, silence is really underrated in terms of things. I
would never know what silence felt like, but I ought to.
Yeah. As somebody who, and maybe you want, like, I don't know, but like as somebody who sees a survivor, I see you as somebody like who's sort of like not in the dire, but like, right, who's
Yeah.
left so many parts of her life, right? Who's had the either the courage or the conviction to say, like, this world is not for me, this marriage is not for me, this marriage also not for me. But but right, it takes a certain amount of, I think so many people would be afraid, right, to leave, to change, to go, right? What kind of advice would you give to people, so like who are afraid, who say, right, who might say themselves, or they lie to themselves and would say, I have no choice, right? Because I often think that, so when people say I have no choice, what they really mean is I don't want to pay the price for my choice.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Nobody's ever asked me that. One, I think it requires, and I don't, and this is, I guess, maybe what you do a lot of the work in the Jewish Center, but it requires really a lot of self-love, because ultimately it's just choosing yourself, right? So I would say you really have to like yourself. Got to work on liking yourself, because you won't be able to take any scary risks or chances if you're not really, like, you don't love yourself, because you got to be like, I care so much about my existence and my life that I'm unwilling to do another day, week, hour in this moment. And I mean, I almost don't see any other way. Like, it seems impossible for me how some people view the risk of leaving, the impossibility of taking the leap. For me, I see the bad situation or the thing I must leave as the impossibility. So I almost just leap, because I'm like, I know for certain, I don't know what's next, but I know for certain I can't, if I continue to do this, I will either die a spiritual death or I will die a physical death, so I think, when I think about all the big things I had to do, it's really just, I can't continue. I just won't, I don't know. It's a physical thing. I can't do it. Spiritual, physical. It's hard to explain.
It's amazing what you're saying, because what I hear is you're switching the roles. You're like, it's not the thing I'm jumping that's the impossible. It's the thing I'm looking back the impossible. And you're choosing, instead of fear, you're choosing faith.
Yeah. I really do look at it that way. I'm the exact opposite I don't know what the percentage of people that make up the fear verse, but I look at it as, I just can't possibly do this any longer, versus I can't possibly go.
Huh. So do you think that faith does come from perhaps how we grew up? You think that's like the I don't know, kind of like,
yeah, I mean, I have a very
provide,
deep, I have a deep belief in God. I have a deep belief in a higher power. I do really feel like there is a higher power that looks at us almost like as children. And I just sort of say to the universe, like, I'm just surrendering. I'm like, I'm a child. I can't do this anymore. And I just trust that as my father, or, whatever the figure is, that it will take care of me. It's just faith. It's really faith. If you start to logically break down anything, you will be able to have an argument for any which way, right? It's mathematics. You could start to like get your rationale.
Right.
So doing hard things, you can't really start to break it down that way, because you'll never do it. No one would do anything. No one would take any risk if we really started to calculate every single thing.
Right.
No one would dare, ever.
Right.
Daring is faith. Yeah.
Yeah. How do we teach this to people? How do you teach this to your children? Can we teach this to our children of like?
I think that no, I don't. Well, the way in which I teach my children is by behavior, by doing, by action, like my being, just from observing, from watching. So I hope that in my living a life of faith, my children will just innately see and feel and understand. My mother has done it. This has, and so I will. And I suppose because I had really God-fearing parents, or, like,
right.
That was
Who, by the way, I
instilled
saw
in
on
me.
Instagram, they're the cutest. I mean, on Instagram, they're the cutest.
Yeah, they really are. So I don't know that, it's funny. I was thinking that, I'm like, as you asked the question, I'm like, how would I teach this to somebody? How do you teach, deep faith to people?
Right.
I don't know. Can you teach that?
I think you can. Because I think you said the key. I think through surrender.
Yeah.
Not through the practice of belief, but through the practice of surrender.
Right.
Right. That's sort of like, right, allowing ourselves to be, as Soloveitchik writes, to be confronted and defeated by a truer and higher being.
Yeah.
When we are able to be confronted and defeated, right, by love, by hope, by beauty, by, right, and I think that's why you and I connect on the aesthetics thing, right?
Yeah.
So like tremendous beauty, tremendous aesthetics awakens a surrender now, because we feel small and yet powerful vis-a-vis the surroundings that we have, right? Right. And for some people it's the Grand Canyon, which whatever, I always think like big hole in the ground.
I know, me too. I was like,
yeah, exactly. I was like, it's a big hole in the ground.
Yeah, but a sunset, but a crazy sunset though, you have a physical reaction, like when you see.
For me, it's driving home or driving towards home from Brooklyn or somewhere and seeing the skyline of Manhattan. That can bring me to tears. I mean, like, everybody can take their Grand Canyon. I'll take that. But that, I think that the sense of awe for me is a way to teach surrender. Last question. As we're going to the holidays, although Jews, like, it is the holiday now, but as we're going to the holidays and people that, do you have a tool or an insight or thought of how to walk into the holidays for people who sort of are in recovery or seek more wholeness vis-a-vis their families or their surroundings or the pressure, everything around? Do you have an insight?
I was reading last night in this book. It was actually like Manis Friedman, but he was talking about the difference between living and existing, right? And existing, this really touched me. And I think this is so good for the holiday season. Existing is all the things we need. Like, we need to eat, we need to drink, we need oxygen. But when you're really living, you're really either experiencing, right? So it's like love, like the things that you might not necessarily need to exist, right? Giving, often when you feel really alive, you're giving, loving, right? And the holiday times for me is really about living and not existing. It's a special time. It can be. So for me, I just go into the holiday season less about like what I want and, like wish lists, but more so about how I could help make other people's holiday a little brighter, a little easier, a little softer. Like, I was just home with my family, and family dynamics could be tricky. And I was like, how can I just be a vessel for my family, either an absorber of energy, because that's my gift. Often I'm an absorber when there's a lot of tension, or like, how can I give like an experience to the people around me? So I think really just, instead of thinking about existing, just thinking about how you could be living.
I love that. That's a great piece of advice. Ado, always a pleasure. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for helping us. Thank you for what you do. And I'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. All right, everyone, before our next guest, just before, again, we are 67% towards our goal of $10,000 before 8 o'clock. We have 28 minutes to get there. Send the Facebook or the YouTube or the Twitter or the LinkedIn to friends or people, just a little bit more push. Over $6,700 raise in our goal to get 10,000. And if we get to 10,000, we actually get 15,000 because we have matches from other people. So please do so. And again, if you give us some donations above $50, you get this amazing mug and the things and all the other things. And there's also some surprises stuff that we might going to send. So here we are. So for our share for your Facebook friends, please, for our last guest tonight for this telethon, my rabbi, my mentor, my tormentor, my plukta, the person I fight with probably the most in general, and has been for the past close to a decade now. But really more than anything from my friend, Rabbi Mark Borovitz. Hello, welcome.
Hello, Rabbi Igael. How are you, sir?
I am well, I am well. Slightly exhausted from all this, but I'm pretty well.
Good. Good.
So yeah, so for people who don't know, by the way.
I donated 180. Do I get a mug and all the other stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. 100%. And I don't know if you saw, but the mug, right? So like we say, like, right, there's notches. So you pour the coffee at the top. When you get to this place, you can meditate, or you're supposed to meditate. And then when you get here, you have to find gratitude. And only when you get down here after gratitude meditation are you allowed to speak. So, you know, yeah, I don't think that would work for you, but yes.
No, actually, it would work for me because when I get to meditate, I would just write. And gratitude, every time I finish writing, I'm grateful. And there's nobody for me to talk to when I wake up in the morning. So by that time, Harriet's awake. I'm good.
There you go. For those people who don't know, right, sort of like just for the sake of introducing people who don't know Rabbi Mike Borovitz, it is a step for Mike, absolutely, Mike. After being released from prison in 1988, Rabbi Mike Borovitz started to work at Beit Shuva at the time, right? That we met Harriet, right, who started it. And over the past 28 years, he has co-created one of the most exceptional approaches to addiction treatment and criminal rehabilitation and reintegration in the world. He is the author of 2 books, The Holy Thief, a con man's journey from darkness to light and finding recovery in yourself in Torah, and a daily spiritual path to wholeness. You can find his writing and his insight and articles in Los Angeles Times, Moment Magazine, Jewish Journal, Wall Street Journal, and newspapers across the world, including Haaretz, which is Israel's largest publication. And if you go to his website, he now sends an email and writes every single day. If you've ever written, you know how amazing and difficult it is every single day. It's on Heschel at the time, but for a while it was about the prophets, but now it's on Heschel every single day. So, and it's free and you can do it. Just go on his website. And then thanks. Thank you for joining us on this Giving Tuesday. Thank you for giving us your time, Rabbi Mark.
Thank you. Well, listen, I support you. You know that yes. I believe in what you do, and I believe in your methodology, and I even believe in your insanity.
That is not a question of belief. That is a fact. So for those people, right, like just to say that sort of, right, the Tshuva Center, and I said it to Harriet like before, right, the sort of that Tshuva Center is a direct descendant from the work that you and Harriet have done in Los Angeles, right? It is the offspring of that genius, and we really stand on the shoulders of giants. You know, I think what is interesting, and as we draw this close of Giving Tuesday, this question for me around recovery becomes richer when we actually think about also sort of like kind of pandemic recovery, and like and how do we recover from the loneliness? How do we recover from the isolation? How do we recover from the pain and the loss, right? Recovery is so much more than just from the addiction, but right, from everything else. And if anybody is an expert in that, is you, who, right, who we've spoken a lot about, right, the prison of the mind versus the prison of the body.
Yeah, I think that as always, a rich question. Loneliness has been around since Adam and Eve. I mean, you know, it's not good for Adam, for humans to be alone. And the pandemic caused it, you know, exacerbated it, made it more apparent. But when we think about it, at least when I think about it, my observations over these 70 years now, We have been alone for so long and we have not been willing to do anything about it. We've accepted isolation and hiding and being afraid for you to see me for who I am in all of my wonder and beauty and awesome and crap and insanity, et cetera, et cetera. And this is not a new thing. Okay, this is not pandemic based. This is from the beginning, Garden of Eden, et cetera. But more importantly, I think that we have become a Greek society. And in Greek society, there isn't connection, there's only winning. In a Greek society, there's only the idea of perfection, of trying to be perfect. I mean, Hanukkah, right? I mean, it's great, you know, the oil and the this and the that. Really, it was a revolt. It was both a revolt against Greece, but it was also a revolt, a civil war between Jews. So we've been isolating and hiding for so long that we have accepted that as normal. The pandemic made it, how should I put it, made it more apparent. And my fear is that coming out of the pandemic, sure, we're going to talk to everybody and we'll see people and we'll do, but nobody's going to get really real about it. I mean, think of the fears that we still live with. Now we got Omicron or whatever, you know, the new variant. And, you know, Mitchell let us know if we should be scared to death about it or not, I hope.
Yeah, tomorrow. For those, right? Tomorrow, by the way, we'll plug it in, but tomorrow night, Recovery Squared, Dr. Mitchell Katz, who is the president and CEO of Health and Hospitals in New York, is doing a town hall for us. So if you haven't registered for that, do that. It's also part of the Giving Tuesday for everyone. But so yeah, he will be able to answer questions on Omicron and whether we should freak out or not. But yeah, go on, sorry.
Yeah, so but I'm saying that everything, the universe is showing us that we have to get real, that we have to reach out and connect. I have to be able to say, Iggy, I'm retired now. I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do. I'm afraid of not being relevant. I'm afraid that what I have to offer nobody wants. I'm afraid that I can't find a venue. I'm afraid. Because if I say that out loud, first of all, then I'm not holding it in. Second of all, I can hear something else that maybe you'll have, maybe, most likely, absolutely. I could guarantee you'll have an idea for me. But that's where I become vulnerable. And if I don't have vulnerability, then I can't be transparent. So the pandemic isolated us physically. And so we're getting out now, of course, which is great and wonderful, needed. But I don't know if we're going to get out of our armor. I don't know if we're going to get out of all of the things that prevent us from being in recovery, recovering our spirit, recovering our passion, recovering connection to each other, whether we're drinking or not. Because remember, recovery, as you're talking about it, sure, you know, I mean, if you're an alcoholic or a drug addict or a sex addict, et cetera, you know, you can't, it's hard to be in recovery and engaging. And yet, it's easy to be sober and not in recovery.
Yes.
So what you're talking about is we have to make a concerted effort to recover true, authentic connection. And that is the rub. Because, I mean, you got 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18 people on now. I don't know how many people you've had before. But this kind of thing, what you're doing, there should be 1,800 people. And it's not the fault of advertising. It's not the fault of not putting it, putting it out. It's not the fault of the guests that you've had. It's the fear that people have of seeing themselves and or being seen.
Mm-hmm.
My biggest problems have come because I see what is, I say it, and then I get in trouble because sometimes I say it like an asshole. I mean, I do have to admit that. But I'm like in your face blunt. That's it. And nobody has to.
Right. We hate the prophets, right? We don't, a lot of us don't like to be, right, we say we want to be seen, but we really don't mean it. What we really mean, a lot of us in our sickness, is that we want you to see the person I am pretending to be.
Right. Right. I mean, it's become so, I mean, it's almost it almost seems trite to say it, but it's, this David Brooks and his Weaver movement. I mean, Jews have been in community forever. And when I look at text and I look at the way we practice, whoa, is there a big difference? I mean, I know you don't love Rabbi Heschel. But even if you love Buber, for there to be I thou, which you like Buber.
I do, I love Buber.
Okay. So for there to be I thou, I have to be me and you have to be you, and we have to allow each other to see each other. Otherwise, there's no I thou.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what everybody's afraid of.
Right. So how do we fix this, right? What can we do? What I think both as an individual, right? Because I think that's the interesting thing, right? The thing, I can't control others, right? I can barely control myself. What can I do to, right, to help myself be more connected at any level, right? Of both recovery, right? Whether you're starting or whether you're in recovery for 30 years, right? How do we continue to do this?
We continue to do it by continuing to be transparent, by continuing to do tshuva. Tshuva we're supposed to do every day, according to Reb Eliezer. And most people don't even do it once a year, even though they go to Yom Kippur and but they don't do tshuva. I mean, I hate the formula, right? Before Yom Kippur, I get a million calls. If I've done anything to harm you. Well, if you don't know what the fuck you've done to hurt me, then don't talk to me. Click.
No, we're in agreement on that. I was just talking this week about, like, I hate these Facebook, like, to anybody who I might have harmed. What, like, no. This is not a blanket statement. Like, right? If you're not telling me exactly how to take responsibility, no, you're not forgiven.
Right. I mean, I had a beef with somebody, and I've written them 3 times now.
But
I can't force him to accept it.
No.
I can't force him to even acknowledge it. I just know that I did what I had to do to be clean.
Right.
So tshuva is one way. The second way is I ask myself, what am I seeing today that's the same as how I saw it yesterday? If I can't see a difference in Lori M from Florida today than the last time I saw her, then it's my problem. Think of how much we take for granted, how much we live in memorized knowledge. I mean, one of the things I think you would agree with Rabbi Heschel was he hated behaviorism and spiritual plagiarism.
We agree on that.
So I can't daven like I can't daven like the old men from Europe daven when I learned how to daven.
Right.
I can only daven like Mark Borovitz. I take what I learned from him, but I make it mine. When you think of how much time we spend trying to become copies of, that's why lo tachmod, right? Don't covet.
Mm-hmm.
We spend our lives coveting. We want to be just like. fill in the blank. So the way to do it is to start to really see who Cheryl is and be happy that Cheryl's Cheryl. And not have to worry, is Joe being Lance, or is he being David or Iggy or Mark? No, Joe's being Joe. And the more we do that, the more we let go of the lies, the more we become aware, the more we stand up for what we believe in and live those values and really live them. Then all of a sudden, Lynn's got a life and a career and in a family, and everything is technicolor instead of same shit, different day. So for me, this is about how do I, what's Mike say? Mistaken conclusions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Very good, Mike. Because we make these mistaken conclusions because we're using bad input. Because how can I think about this, even though he's not looking at me. How can I see Jeremy Poole the same way I saw him 5 years ago or 10 years ago? If I do that, then I'm not seeing him.
Right.
So if I'm basing any conclusion I make on Jeremy 10 years ago, not even about Jeremy, but just from 10 years ago, then I'm not today. And if I'm not today, how can it be right?
But that means, right, that we constantly have to be looking, right? That we constantly have to challenge ourselves to look again and anew, to not, right, to not rest in our attempts to see, right? That's sort of that's the difficult part, because we have to, right, so like be in this sort of like, quite frankly, exhausting process of constantly looking and reassessing and not like, right, and letting go and letting it, you know, become again and again and again.
Yeah. Yeah. You find it, you say it's exhausting, and I find it exhilarating.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's exhausting because I think, right, in that sense,
but every time, it's not exhausting if you realize that every time you look, you find a new pearl called you.
Yes, but it can also be taxing on the self, right? And I think that's the, not to say that we shouldn't be doing it, but I think that there's a certain amount of energy that we have to extend for it. And I think a lot of people just like don't want to do it, right? It's like there's like, right, because like if I have to constantly encounter, right, like I can do from this, but like here I am, right? I've spoken to some of my favorite people in the universe today, right? For you know, for the length of the last 4 hours, right? It's wonderful, it's amazing, but it's also like completely draining, right? To be seen and to see others, to continuously, right? So like, and I'm an extrovert, right? I love this, right? So like, I can only imagine if you're an introvert and right, it requires. So I think a lot of people sort of shy away from that because it's not easy.
Right. You know, I'm sure you're correct. Okay. I don't want to.
Yeah. No.
It just.
We've disagreed before.
It just, for me, it's so exhilarating to be able to connect with you. I mean, I never get drained by it. I get energized by it.
On individual, for sure, right? I'm not suggesting that you drink, but
no, but I'm saying, okay. I mean, that was one of the things that everybody got mad at me at Beit Shuva when I was running it, because people would want to leave at 3 o'clock, and I would say, what, half a day? And you know, they said there's something wrong with you. You don't get tired. You get up at 3 o'clock in the morning and you go till 6, 7 o'clock at night working, and then you're there.
It's a both and, Mark.
What? There is something wrong.
You're right. There is something wrong with exactly. It's a both and.
But I'm saying, okay, on Yom Kippur, Nila, I was like, hey, let's keep going, because I get energized. And I think that's what we miss here, is that by being real, by being transparent, I never have to worry, are you being real with me? Because we have that agreement. We connect with each other, and we'll go back and forth and argue and cajole and help and push all of these things. And I don't know, each time I feel more seen and more energized. So I think that being seen energizes me.
Right.
And that's an important piece.
What would you suggest to people? Is there, and you saw me ask this, Ado, as well, like, what would you suggest to people, right, as we're walking towards sort of the major, right, sort of the secular holidays and all that, how do we maintain our recovery vis-a-vis a society that is, right, sort of that is pushing us, especially in the next month or so, to overdrink, overspend, overeat, overindulge, engage, right? Take risks, like this constant barrage now of like more is more is more is more. What advice would you suggest to give to people around this?
I never used to go out on New Year's Eve, because New Year's Eve was amateur night for drinkers, and I was a professional. So my advice is to just be an observer and think of, there are two things that I always realize. First of all, oh, I wasn't that bad, was I? And second of all, they're also funny. I mean, they're drinking, they're this, they're that, they eat, they're that. I know most of those people. They're full of shit. They drink and they want to party. Think about what it takes. Okay, they have to get loaded in order to party and to let anything down. Us, in recovery, we just go and hang out. So I would do it as an observer. I would really do it as an observer, because I do, and I would just laugh. That's all. I would just laugh, and kind of make notes, and then talk to a good close friend and say, who knew you then, and say, did I used to do this? And when they say yes, you could be properly embarrassed. I mean, what is right? I so remember saying New Year's Eve is for amateurs. I mean, it was dangerous to be out on the road with those amateurs. Us professional drunks, we knew how to drive drunk. But these amateurs, they were dangerous. I mean, it was like playing bumper cars or something, And so, but I think that most of all is to rejoice in what we have. Every day when all of this more and more, who is rich? Harriet's favorite piece from Pirkei Avos. Who is rich? One who is happy with his portion.
Right. He who is happy what he has.
Yeah. I mean, think about how often we don't want what we have. We don't appreciate what we have. Mm-hmm. So it's not that I don't want to do a little bit better. It's not that I, over the years didn't want to make more money or, save more, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, Lori, you're right. More is never enough. But I was happy with everything I had. I didn't want. The only thing in my recovery that I really wanted for, I have to tell you, is a private jet. Other than that, none of it matters. I have very wealthy friends, and I don't begrudge any of them anything. One of my friends made a really great, came into a lot of money because of a business he sold. I was thrilled for him. There was no jealousy, no nothing. I was thrilled because I'm happy with what I have. Right. And Barbara, the safe space is the space that we create, I believe. Because one of the things in my recovery and really the last 20 months, what I've realized is that I can put up the Teflon. So the shit that people want to throw at me, I can, like the Teflon Don, it'll bounce off of me. I believe this. I believe that we don't have to give into our lowest common denominator. I think that the beauty of recovery is that we get to hang out with people who get us, who talk the same shorthand, who care, and who are willing to be real and open.
Right.
It's my deal. I don't know what else to say.
No, I think that's a lot.
And listen, I hope you make that goal. I gave my part for you to do.
Yeah, I want to, so not just you, but people who are on this call at the moment, right? Cheryl, Lori, Race, Shifra, Lance, David, Barbara, and Mark, Rabbi Mark, you all have contributed to this. And, and I want to thank you all each personally for your contributions and helping us really get to this. We have only about $1,500 more, $1,500 to get to a goal, tonight. So I think it's doable. So whoever's here and your friends and whatever and things, we're also going to put everything on the chat, the Instagram, the Twitter, the LinkedIn, all the recordings, everything is. But before we finish, Mark, thank you for joining us. Thank you for contributing. Thank you for your wisdom as always and for your inspiration. I've said this before and I'll say this again. Without you and Harriet, this would not exist. So everybody who's contributed and everybody who is in here and everybody who's done this, the debt of gratitude is to Rabbi Mark and Harriet, who has planted the seed and have created the DNA that sort of the Tshuva Center shares, and this is your offspring. So
I couldn't ask for a better one.
That's fantastic. That's
I am
fantastic.
honored. I'm
So
honored.
yes. Oh, good. We have another one person. Oh, in honor of we have another contribution in honor of Mark and Harriet. Absolutely fantastic. So yeah, if you want to use the PayPal, I know it's a direct message to me. If you want to use the PayPal and just put it in, it goes directly in. Everyone sort of like we're about to close. I want to thank everybody for joining us. I want to thank the team. I also want to share that again, like I said, tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, we have a town hall. We have a town hall with Dr. Mitchell Katz, who is the CEO and president of Health and Hospitals Corporation in New York, the largest, oldest public health system in the country. I think it's the 8th largest in the world, to talk about pandemic and recovery and leadership around. Is the town hall tomorrow going to be, what was the question? Going to be recorded? Yes, I believe it is. I don't quote me on that, but I believe we're recording it, I think. And this, right, and again, Rabbi Richard just put in the excuse me, put in the link to register for that. And in the registration, you can also ask a question that if you want to make sure that we answer the question, you can put it on there. Again, for my whole team here, to Vivian, to Ben, to other Ben, to Heather, to Rabbi Rachel, to Grace, and to Joe, and to Jess, who have put this together. This has been a really fantastic telethon. To all my guests, Rabbi Mark, thank you. To Adel, to Seth.
I just want to say something to everybody. Tomorrow night with Dr. Katz will be an experience because he is brilliant and he breaks everything down so you can understand him, and he's kind. He's one of the kindest people I have ever met.
It's true. I agree with that. He's the kindest and most intelligent person I've ever met to this day.
I would agree.
So thank you everybody who's been joining us. Again, thank you, my team. Thank you, Tshuva Center. We are very close. We have until then. We're very close. We are very close. We have $1,300 more before we finish. So if this is a push, if there's a push to people around you, to push to give us things, well, we're very close to get to a $10,000, which will be $15,000 if we finish. So we're very close to getting there. Again, thank you everybody for joining us. Thank you for your support. And we're here. We're still here. We're doing the work. So tomorrow, Alice in Recovery, Talmud, everything's still here. The work doesn't stop because the need doesn't stop. And saving lives is never stopping. So thanks again. Thank you for your efforts. I will see you all very soon at different groups. I think that's all the things, right, Joe? I think that's all the things I need to sort of say. I haven't missed anything, right? So I think
Correct.
so. Great. Okay. So here you are. If you want to go on camera and say something, you're free to do so. Otherwise, bonsoir, good evening, erev tov, chag sameach, chag Chanukah sameach, happy Hanukkah for those. And if I don't see you, happy holidays as you move forward. Thank you all for your donations.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.